First naughty's experience with a guy has me feeling uneasy. 28M. So last night, after many years of consideration, I had my first naughty's experience with a guy. I always had fantasies and wondered what it'd be like to suck a dick. However, post-nut clarity would always remind me it wasn't a serious desire. Last night, however, I'm not sure why, I decided to go through with it. I found a guy on Grindr and met him in his car down a quiet road. We did the deed, and immediately after I was left with feelings of guilt and shame. The next day, I still regret it massively, and wish I turned around when I hesitated at the top of the road. I realize this was just a fantasy, and I'm certain I'll never do it again. I'm definitely only attracted to women now, however just feel a little tainted by the experience. I'm not overly affected by it, honestly. I feel like this is something I can block from my memory. But I am worried about seeing this guy around town, or worse, having some sort of mutual connection which could potentially expose me. I know there's nothing wrong with exploring. I'm comfortable with my sexuality and understand this is only my internalized homophobia talking. I guess I'm looking for some advice or similar stories to make me feel better. Edit. I really appreciate all the positive comments. The support goes a long way and has definitely helped get my mind straight. I've had a long day of self-reflection and realized I'm the exact same person before any of this happened. In fact, I'm way more sure on who I am, and that feels fucking great. I'm certain that after a few weeks or so, I won't think about it half as much, and it will just become another stupid experience which helped shape me. These things happen to build self-awareness and confidence in life, so maybe I am almost grateful for it. Thanks again, all. Asked kid to line up shoes. There were 6, 7 shoes jumbled by the door, and I asked son, elementary school, what's that in other countries, primary school, to line them up. We also happened to have a box for extra shoes right there. So obviously he lined up the shoes. The shoes are now lined up beautifully, 3 pairs deep. ETA. This particular row of shoes is tucked along the side of a high-traffic area right inside our garage door, so while the original 6, 7 jumbled pairs of shoes fit fine, I now have 3 rows of beautifully lined-up shoes jutting out into the pathway. My dad told me I should pay him back for the child support. OG posted in Choosing Beggars, but got told to add here. Told her. My dad thought I was rich, so he wanted me to pay him back the $2K, at most, my mother stole from him each year for child support of 2 kids. We did week on, week off. I'm a bit fuzzy on the details now, blocked memories and all that, but I remember one day after working at a restaurant from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., no lunch, barista, bartender, server, and dish pig. My dad cornered me and said since I was so rich, I wasn't. I was a manager making less than the junior staff. I should pay him back on all the child support my mother stole from him. He then showed me the letters he kept, and with the way he went on and on over the year, I expected it to be thousands per month. Sure, I went to private school, but they chose to send me there before they even got divorced. The plan had originally been to go there from pre-primary, but they, missed the cutoff, so I went from year 7, 12. Also, the cost for the school was done separately, outside of child support. So what it was used for was uniforms, swimming lessons, healthcare/Medicare, phone plan, until I turned 16. Then I paid for my own with help from Mum to top it off occasionally, as I used my phone as a hotspot so my sister could do homework. Dad didn't want to pay for Wi-Fi as we would waste it, long story. The rest they dealt with on their own / just paid it if it was their week. So basically, he paid fuck all, about $15-20 per week for 2 kids. For a year I listed to him guilt me on it, try and twist us against our mum, and sometimes it worked. Have him say he couldn't afford food because of us, all to find out he paid practically nothing. He worked as a locksmith and then a motorbike mechanic in a specialized area. Then went back to being a locksmith. I'm not in contact with him now, obviously. My sister lives with him still, but we're fine. She comes over to stay at mine pretty often, mostly for the Wi-Fi. But she prefers Dad's to Mum as she has issues with our mum, longer story there. He just took my sister OB a week-long trip to Bali, all expenses paid. She's 20 and hasn't had a job for over a year. When I last lived with him, I was the cook, the cleaner, the caretaker of my sister, the dog walker, and the person putting myself in the middle deliberately to avoid hospital visits/animal abuse. But yeah, that my dad. A begging man-child. Grandma Angie's petty revenge. I am lucky enough to have had my grandmother in my life for 52 years. She was unalived last year at the age of 106, on her 106.5 birthday to be exact. And until her final illness, she remained mentally sharp even as her body struggled. I am the oldest of her grandchildren, one of 2 girls, she had only sons, and between my sister and me, the jewelry lover. I mention this because literally everyone in the family, myself included, thought I would inherit her wedding set, her only valuable jewelry, both financially and sentimentally. Yes, that makes me sound entitled, but we all had the same assumption, including my wonderful sister, who did receive the rings. How is this petty revenge? Picture it, Bay Area, California, 1990-something. Grandma Angie had given me a few pieces of jewelry for various birthdays and other special occasions starting when I was about 16. I loved them all and was grateful for her thoughtfulness and generosity. That is, until she bought me the carousel ring. I was maybe 20 or 21 and had small hands. This ring was gold and looked how I imagined the top of a carousel, or maybe circus tent, would look from above. It was, in my young and sassy opinion, ugly. It was also objectively too large by several sizes, but though I was sassy, I was not brave or confrontational. So instead of womaning up and gently telling Grandma it wasn't my style, but I'd love it if we picked out something else together, I exchanged it for a pair of earrings, which I still have, and told her that the jeweler told me it could not be sized down small enough for my finger. I lied. But Grandma was smart, and probably saw right through me. She went back to the jeweler, and the next time I saw her, she was wearing the carousel ring and made a comment about how it was sized to fit her perfectly. Still, I didn't confess. Only after she passed and left her wedding set to my sister, who burst into happy tears, had it sized and repaired so it fits her, and wears it every day, did I begin to realize that Grandma had never bought me another piece of jewelry in the 30-plus years we had left together after the carousel ring. I didn't notice because she was super loving, generous, and thoughtful, and also supremely careful to be fair to all her grandchildren. For example, she helped me in college by paying for my textbooks. My sisters were more expensive when she went to college, and Grandma cut me a check for the difference without my asking. I never would have. So in every other way, she was fiercely fair, but her final petty revenge was had, all because my younger self didn't have the courage to tell her I didn't like an ugly ring. P.S. The carousel ring wasn't designated for anyone specifically, but my siblings and cousins thought it should be mine, and so it is. I still don't wear it. My parents threatened to throw me out but call the police when I move out TW, mentions of abuse. So a few months ago, just before my 19th birthday, I broke phone, had a breakdown and threw it. As my parents have always violent and neglectful, I was frightened, and as they have been threatening to throw me out because I couldn't find a job, mind you, my mother haven't had one in 2 years, I decided to get my credit card back from my mother's bag and run away. My card was blocked, which means my mother had tried using it, so with no phone and money I was on the street. They called the police on me saying I got abducted, and the cops told me I had to go back because I wasn't safe on the street. When I told them about how unsafe I was with my parents, they told me, well, they said they were willing to buy you expensive art supplies and take to a tea shop and things like that. So I went back because I had nowhere else to go. My GF and were together for only 2 months, and she was in a bad place financially. And best friend's family couldn't afford to feed me, even though they said they would. Now we're 10 months later, my parents didn't keep any of their promises, except that my father is getting an autism diagnosis to, I hope, work on his emotional regulation, and I am planning to move in with my GF. It's getting better. It always does. Want ambulances to travel faster than the speed of light? No. In light of all the generic AI slop trash this sub has been flooded with, I figured I'd give my MC story that I've been holding on to for a while. It's been many years since I worked for the company this relates to. But if you have any knowledge of the industry, then you know it's an acronym for my ride. Being a private ambulance company, they acquired the contract to provide transport of patients to the hospital when they call 911. The city-county pays a flat rate in the contract to make sure that an ambulance responds and arrives on scene within 8 minutes and 59 seconds from the time of dispatch. On top of that, our company was allowed to bill the patient's insurance for the transportation and cost of treatment. Given our location, that is a pretty reasonable criteria. Per the contract, we were allowed to have 10% of our response times to be what was called late response, meaning we arrived on scene 9 minutes or later. This on-time versus late ratio was what we called compliance. 98% compliance, we're golden. 89% compliance. Emails started going out and phones started ringing. The thing is, we had to maintain daily compliance. We could have 0 compliance from midnight to 3 a.m., but as long as the compliance picked up and we met 90% or greater by midnight the end of the day, we were considered compliant. But here's the real kicker. Our management was the only entity responsible for reporting compliance to the county, and that means numbers were scrubbed and fudged upside down, left and right. They used special delays or exemptions that would drop the response times from the reports and consider them outliers. Generally used for if an ambulance is delayed by a train crossing, construction, severe weather conditions, etc. But management abused these delays in their reports to maintain compliance. Now, being responsible for the safety and care of critically sick or injured people, you'd think that they would adequately staff the ambulances to handle the population of our service area and throw a little extra staff on top just to be safe and make sure they could handle anything that happens, right? Ha ha. No, they're trying to make money. If they can maintain compliance with less people, they did it. Hell, even if they couldn't make compliance, they'd use the delay exemptions to make it look like they were compliant. But it's not like anyone was auditing them anyways. We were simply understaffed. We constantly ran at what's called level 0, in which the level refers to the number of ambulances available to respond to calls. If corporate had their way, if you could run a level 0 constantly and still make compliance, we would be operating at peak efficiency, and the shareholders were happy. We were pressured to unsafely blow through stop signs and red lights, drive faster than reasonably necessary. Hell, even our supervisor taught us the trick of using the cruise control to bypass the speed limiter on our trucks. We were tired, overworked, and spent more time driving in high-stress environments than the DOT would ever even let truck drivers get close to. We complained to the union, we tried whistleblowing to the county, but nothing changed. We'd had it. The contract renewal was coming up. We had to be perfect with response times and look good so we could secure the next 4 years of service. But we all agreed. Enough was enough. We started following the laws regarding Code 3 driving, lights and sirens. We stopped at every stop sign or red light. We drove no faster than we deemed safe for conditions. We sandbagged the ever-living fuck out of our response times and drove compliance straight into the ground. Unless the response was absolutely critical, every belly ache and stubbed toe, which was 90% of our calls, we took our reasonable, sweet-ass time getting there. The exemptions couldn't even mask the failure of our compliance. 2 weeks in and many meetings with supervision, they couldn't write us up for being safer, and they started to staff more ambulances to regain compliance in time for the end of the month. It lasted a while, but I sought out employment elsewhere and haven't looked back since. I missed the job, but not the company. Dad won't let me, 23M, move in with my family friend because of jewelry. Update. Good morning, how's everyone day going so far? 23. So 2 months ago I came on this subreddit and posted about how my parents were obstructing me from moving in with my family friends due to their religious beliefs. I was finally able to move out after a long battle and framing arguments. It was not easy at first due to their strict rules and policy. I was obstructed for so long due to a piece of jewelry. Life has been great since I moved out and live without my parents. I'm finally able to make decisions on my own and live my life as an adult with no restrictions. I want to appreciate those on my old post who gave me great advices on how to cope with situations like this. I tried to have a logical conversation with my parents, but nothing was changing until I had to force myself out of the house. It was very toxic at first last month and my self-esteem was ruined. Now I finally feel like a man and not some kid being sheltered and overprotected by parents. I'm grateful for all the help and support I received from the community. I did not think it was possible for me to move out at the age of 23, and now I actually look forward to life again with the freedom I have just obtained. It's been a week so far, but everything is blessed, and I'm happy to pursue my goals without any setbacks and do my own stuff. Link is referenced to old post below. Dad won't let me, 23M, move in with my family friend because of jewelry. https://www.reddit.com/r/entitled-parents/s/mfu3mgbopi. I found out his secret, and it's bad. Back in May, this cutie messaged me on Reddit wanting to get to know me better. It was low-stakes BC1. He's 14 years younger than me, and 2, in a different country on the other side of the world. He was charming, and I was single. He checked in almost every day and said he loved hearing from me. Of course, he being a straight man and I being sort of craving that kind of attention, it got spicy. It's no surprise it was kind of an ego boost for me getting attention from a young, fit man, even from far away. Fast forward about a month and he ends it abruptly. Said, "We have a slight problem," and then he drops, "I've met someone and I plan on giving my all to her." And when I confronted him, because his delivery was tactless, he said, "How are you allowed to have a friend asterisk, and then when I find someone I get treated like this?" He disparaged me for catching feelings, and really a lot of dumb shit like that. No empathy whatsoever. He really did make me feel like an old lovelorn spinster, and I hated that. BC, even if it was some online thing, it meant something to me. So anyway, it's been a few months. My bitterness has mostly faded, and now it's a random story about my dumb love life. Was curious, so I Googled him. Turns out he has an FB under his name in a different language. Navigate to it. Y'all. He just got married last weekend. To someone it seems he had been with for a long time. Like, much longer than this past summer. Looks like he's been lurking on Reddit, meeting strangers and having long-distance naughties relationships. As recently as 3 days ago, he continues to do so. He also has a Snap. He also has a sort of GoFundMe to help him as his job doesn't pay over the summer, or so he says. Wedding looked like a nice affair. Was he just soliciting money to steal from people? What the hell, Yanta? He is all kinds of shady. Anyway, part of me sort of knew there was something shady about him, but I had no idea. He is all shades of sociopath. And this is exactly why I don't engage W people on Reddit anymore. Manager says I must chat in the group chat. So I do. In every language but English. So I've been working remotely for almost 6 years now, but I recently joined a new company with a new team leader. I could tell right away this guy was freshly promoted. You know that vibe when someone's trying a little asterisk, too hard asterisk to flex authority? Yeah, that. My job is to talk with clients. That's it. My team leader isn't even looped into those conversations, so honestly, I barely have any reason to chat with him day to day. Naturally, I don't really hop into the team group chat unless it's work-related or someone tags me directly. Fast forward to my 3rd monthly review. All my KPIs were perfect. However, my team lead docked my score because I wasn't engaging enough in the team chat. Apparently, saying good morning and joining in on non-work chatter was required to show team spirit. I pointed out it's not in the metrics, never has been, and in 6 years of remote work I've never once been penalized for not spamming greetings into a chat box. His response? As long as you're on my team, you need to chat, even just a hello or goodbye. Cue malicious compliance. Every morning I started posting good morning and every evening goodbye, but in a different language every day. Monday, Korean, Tuesday, Spanish, Wednesday, Greek. You get the idea. At first, my lead thought it was funny. Then the rest of the team joined in, but they were all using Google Translate. And well, let's just say a lot got lost in translation. Some sentences even got flagged by our system, and eventually the general manager, his boss, had to ask what on earth was happening. Suddenly my team leader wasn't laughing anymore. He DM'd me saying, "Please just greet in English from now on." Then he threatened that if I didn't stop, he'd report me to the GM. So far, I'm 3 weeks in, still greeting the team in whatever language I feel like, still waiting for that GM call. I want anyone to remember her. I've made one post here before. This time it isn't about my parents, but a friend's. I'm writing this not knowing if I'll ever see her again, but I'm trying to hold hope I will. I want you to read this. I want you to remember her, even if just for a little while, because I won't be able to forget her, ever. I guess this all starts about a month ago. I was playing on my PlayStation when someone joined me. We talked for a while, hours passed, and we said our goodbyes. Typical encounter, nothing special. This was the first time I met her. I'll call her Angel. We played almost daily, talked, helped each other with whatever we needed in game. This was until 2 weeks ago. We decided to play a different game, so she added me on PlayStation. We played and talked more than I've ever talked before. She opened up to me, talked to me about her struggle with trust. I made it a point to her that I was truly enjoying my time with her, that I was going to stay. Her thank you felt so sincere. A couple of days later, it would all become much more serious than I ever thought it would be. I felt comfortable around her, so I opened up to her. I told her everything, my struggle with making connections, my lack of understanding of my own emotions, my constant stress of making the wrong choice of words and making our friendship crumble because of it. And she listened. In the moment, I asked her a question that I didn't even know I needed to so badly. Am I a burden to you? She didn't hesitate to deny it, and I felt so relieved I cried for minutes. It took an hour for everything to calm down. After another hour or so, I felt that I needed to make something clear to her, so I did. I feel like I should make this clear. I'm not thinking about unaliving. You don't have to worry about that. She didn't respond for a little bit. Then she did. Well, I am, but I don't want you to worry about me. I've never had my hands shake like in that moment. I had my suspicions, but having her confirm it felt like my whole world was crumbling. Of course, I let her know that wasn't possible, that I would worry for her. She understood and we moved on, just for a couple of minutes. I felt the need to ask, and I don't regret doing so, as much as it hurts to know now. You know, I've said a lot, but you haven't. Anything you want to talk about? She refused, saying, You already have enough problems of your own. I don't want to give you mine as well. I told her it was fine, and that I wanted to hear her out just as she did for me. So she told me a story. A couple of months ago, she was sent to a therapist. Her mom took her there due to her depressed state. When she got there, she talked to the therapist for a bit. After a bit of talking, the therapist deemed her an immediate threat to herself and was sent to the hospital to be monitored. Her mom was complaining the whole time, calling it a waste of time. A little after her dad arrived, he immediately made a scene, getting loud and aggressive, so the hospital called security. Her mom walked up to her and told her to tell the nurses everything is fine, so we can leave. She didn't feel that way, but agreed under her mom's pressure. She told me more, something that made me so mad for her. She said she had done self-harm before, and that her parents had seen the aftermath but didn't care enough to do anything about it. I asked her for a promise. If you ever do that again, can you tell me? She agreed. And now we move on to 2 days ago. We were playing for a couple of hours up until this point. Then she got stuck in the middle of an ocean with no stamina, so she made the joke. What do I do now? Just KMs. My hands froze when she said it, so I asked her if we could not make jokes like that anymore. She agreed and apologized. I asked her about the promise and she fell silent. She continued to hesitate to answer until she just said, I'm sorry, I immediately asked. When? She said 3 a.m. Just 3 hours before we were talking at that time. I understood that in between of us talking, she took a break to do it. I asked why, and she just said she couldn't help it. I asked if I had involved myself too much in her struggles. She answered, Look, I'm sorry, but I think my issues are way beyond help. I felt helpless, and I still do, because I am. There's nothing I can do but hope it doesn't happen. I have no real way of helping her. So I asked her something. If I lose you, will I ever know? She answered, If I choose something more permanent, you'll be the first one to know. I agreed, and made sure to tell her I would keep trying to help her, however I could. After half an hour or so, she had to leave for a doctor's appointment. She kept her PlayStation on and stayed with me for comfort. I soon fell asleep waiting for her to come back. I woke up an hour later and she was back, just running around waiting for me to wake up. We talked for a bit longer until she fell asleep. I waited, kept my PlayStation on with hers, and waited for 8 hours. She finally woke up and we talked for just a couple of minutes. She suddenly logged off for 2 days. About 3 hours from when I'm making this post, she logged back in. I messaged her, "Hey." She didn't respond until 10 minutes later, saying, "Keytarn, can't talk right now." Something we decided on if she ever was around her family and couldn't speak to me. Then said, "Lost my PS4. I felt a bit of relief at this, knowing she simply couldn't get back at me, but then she blocked me. Just blocked, and I know she didn't do it herself, but her parents. So now I'm sitting here on my bed, wishing the next message I see of her is how she got her PS4 back and how we can get back to hanging out. But I'm scared that won't be the message, but instead, a goodbye letting me know she'll never be online ever again. So I want you to remember her just as I do. Someone who helped me overcome my fear of interaction, even if just with her. Someone who loves animals and feeds a cat that spends its time at her front door. Someone who, even while struggling to communicate, still wants to help people. Someone who deserves so much more than what she's been given. Someone who might have saved my life. Please remember her for a bit. Update. I guess I should update this since it's been a bit over 2 weeks now. Nothing has happened. No sign of her. Her ACC is still offline, now marking 16 days. I won't lie and say I'm still just as hopeful as ever, but I'll keep waiting. Car salespeople should not judge a book by its cover. When I was just 20, I landed a lucrative development contract with a company in the city, their Wallsint, and as a result found myself the director of a small computer company. In the 80s in the UK, most new cars on the road were company cars because it was very tax efficient. So I called a local Ford dealer to set up a test drive of one of their higher-end cars. Not that Fords were particularly high-end, but it was their top-of-the-line performance model, and I'm sure they made a nice profit on them. We made an appointment for a test drive, but when I showed up, the salesman took one look at me and told me that the car was not available. He was very dismissive, and when I pointed out that we had an appointment, he said, "Yeah, well, we don't have a car." No apology. Nothing, just a satisfied smirk. I told him, "Okay, when you do get a car, maybe you can give me a call." I handed him one of my newly minted business cards with Director as the title. Suddenly he was very interested, but I was over it at that point, and walked out while he followed me explaining that he had made a mistake, and they did have a car after all. I didn't bother, just continued to walk out. I bought that exact car from a different dealer a few towns over about a week later. The first service was at 600 miles and was included in the purchase price. But I could take it to any Ford dealer, so I made a point of going to the one that had ignored me. The service desk was very close to the salesman's desk, so I made a big show of handing over the key to my new car and loudly letting them know that it was here for the 600-mile service. The sales guy looked over and looked pretty sick. He knew he had missed out on an easy commission. Daughters of the desert, faces uncovered. We were at the hospital again, me and my father. A place so familiar it felt like a recurring dream I never asked for. Same sterile halls, same stretched out time. I used to walk these corridors with him when I was younger, back when I was just entering puberty, becoming a woman. That was the turning point. He used to adore me. I was his favorite, spoiled daughter. Then one day, I became a threat. He couldn't handle my body changing, couldn't handle the idea that his daughter might be seen the way he feared women being seen. So he tried to erase me, with shame, silence, and force. He made me cover, not through gentle guidance, but guilt and control. I remember fighting back. I remember the protests. I lost, and I locked myself in a world of my own, promising I'd one day leave and never look back. Years later, here we were again. He's older now, frail, needing help. We waited for hours at the hospital. Eventually, he snapped, lashed out at me in public, loudly, carelessly, but I didn't flinch. I just looked at him, calm and firm. My eyes said, "You're doing too much, Baba. Tune it down." That was all, and it was enough. He stormed off like a man running from his own helplessness. But I stayed still. I didn't break. I didn't explain. I didn't fight. I just was. Later, he made me walk him to a nurse station trying to use me, a doctor, to skip the queue. I went. and as we passed a woman, fully covered, likely from the Bedouin desert tribes, she looked at me and said, "Cover up." For most of my life, I'd been taught to stay silent, to be polite, to swallow insults from people like her. Not today. I turned my head to her and said clearly, loudly, and without apology, "None of your business." That's when I knew I had changed. I wasn't reacting like the girl I once was. I was wearing an abaya stitched by my aunt, full of color and tribal patterns, the kind women in my family wore before the Sawa, before Wahhabism, before shame became law. I showed my face, just like my grandmother and great-grandmothers did. My body wasn't hidden, my voice wasn't silenced. I didn't dress in rebellion. I dressed in remembrance and reclamation. I've realized men like my father sexualized everything, because they were raised in systems that gave them no emotional language, only dominance, shame, and paranoia. My brother once told me, if Baba had a handsome son, he would have been sick with worry too. But you were a beautiful daughter. He panicked. He was trying to protect me, in the worst way possible. My father once apologized for how he raised us. That mattered. But healing didn't come from his words. It came from this moment, me choosing not to carry it anymore. I walked out of that hospital today not as his broken daughter, but as a woman who stood still in the face of shame and didn't flinch. I cheated on my long-distance BF and I feel terrible. I'm an 18-year-old girl from Indonesia. A while ago, a seemingly cute guy messaged me on Instagram. He slid into my DMs, and at first he seemed like a genuinely great person. Long story short, we fell in love. He wasn't exactly my type, younger than me, not very good-looking, and quite shy. But he had this perfect guy vibe. Within weeks, we were talking about everything, even marriage and kids, though we both knew not to rush things. Despite being younger, he was far more mature than I expected. I was surprised by how thoughtful and caring he was. He told me every detail of his day, never made me feel ignored, and gave me his full attention. He even opened up about his past trauma, and I truly fell for him hard. He was a real gentleman. But I made a mistake. I started nudging him toward more intimate things. Since he was shy, he rarely sent me pictures, but I kept pressuring him until he eventually agreed. I started by sharing my own pictures, even some intimate ones, and eventually he sent some too, though it took a lot of convincing. After we'd shared so much and knew so much about each other, a friend suggested I test him using another account. I went through with it and he passed perfectly. But later, he found out about the test. He didn't overreact, but he was clearly upset. He told me that I could have at least told him it was a test after he passed it. A little later, one of my male friends, someone I'd known for a while, messaged me. At first, I ignored him because I was trying to patch things up with my boyfriend. But then my boyfriend said he needed time to cool his head and left without much explanation, which was unusual for him. While he was gone, I ended up replying to my friend. He flirted with me, and I flirted back. Within minutes, we were exchanging intimate pictures. I knew it was wrong, so stupid, and I immediately felt horrible. I confessed everything to my boyfriend. He broke up with me, but even then, he handled it with so much maturity. I was his first girlfriend, and I can't believe I hurt someone so genuine. His personality was something rare, even miraculous, and I'll truly miss him, even if he wasn't the most attractive person. I don't think I will find someone as good as him ever. Entitled parent tries to make my daughter move out of her space in line because her daughter is tired of waiting her turn. During my recent 3-week vacation, my daughter was in line waiting her turn in line for the activity she wanted to do with her twin sister and 4 cousins, which was bumper boats. They were among people who were closer in line to having their turn once the current group was done. A few ways away in the line, a kid was complaining to their mom when it's going to be their turn. The mom apparently had enough and tried shoving her way towards where my daughters and nieces were and demanded they move so that her daughter could take one of their places. One of my daughters said, "Look, lady, you can't bully yourself in front of the line and tell your daughter, 'Here's your spot, princess.' She's got to wait her turn like everyone else." The woman, according to my daughter, started turning red and yelled at the 6 to move again. Still, the 6 don't move. Just as the woman goes to attempt to slap my daughter, thankfully, a staff member showed up and told her to collect her daughter and get out of the line, Her daughter and her are not allowed in the line. They lost their privilege to use the bumper boats. Before the woman can say anything, she just storms off with her daughter when the staff motions they're going for the walkie-talkie in their pocket. But staff still made the call for security to find the woman and get her as well her daughter out. After their turn was over, my daughter told me what had happened, and we hear a woman screaming, "You're all a bunch of sobs, sons of bees." We then hear a girl scream, "Stop it, Mom, you're embarrassing me!" Be nice to drive-through workers. 1985. I was a teenager working the drive-through at a fast food restaurant at the beach in SoCal. A van with 6 obnoxious surfer dudes drove up and were being deliberately obnoxious with their order, rude, screaming, making everything difficult. They eventually ordered 6 burgers, screaming "extra sauce" after every one. I took the order and ran back into the kitchen and told the grill cook that I'm going to make their order. If you've ever worked in fast food prep, you know you line up the buns, you pour a quarter-sized drop of sauce on the bun, then the pickles/lettuce/tomato/burger/bottom bun, and then you wrap it up. So I put the buns down, covered them in sauce until you couldn't see them. Pickles, asterisk covered asterisk in sauce, tomatoes, asterisk covered asterisk the in sauce, lettuce, asterisk covered asterisk it in sauce, and did this with each layer, and asterisk covered asterisk the top of the bun in sauce dot. Then I asterisk covered asterisk the burger wrapper in sauce, and wrapped it around the burger carefully. I had to triple bag the burgers because they were dripping and absolutely soggy with jumbo jack sauce. The bag felt like it weighed 10 extra pounds with all that sauce. I ran back up to the window, took their money, was as pleasant as could be, and handed them their bag. Here is the sweet part. I did not give them any napkins. I think about cheating. It's more than the title. I, 20M, have been in the best relationship of my life for the last 2.5 years. I love my girlfriend. I plan to marry her. Tiny issue. We're long distance. She goes to college 6 hours away. We still see each other at least once a month, but it's not enough for me. First off, I will look at subs like r/____ gone wild. I don't want to dox myself, and have even though about posting for R4Rs, but I can't bring myself to do it. I get there and want something, but then I stop myself. I don't want to risk anything. I love her so much. Second issue, she thinks porn is cheating. I understand her angle, but I don't fully agree. I do also think I am addicted, though. Hopefully, if we get married and live together, these feelings fade. Parents celebrate kids' party in a pub. So this happened like maybe 2 years ago, but I was recently reminded of it and decided to share. There's this pub type of place in my town that I like to go to. They serve food that's really good quality, actually, and they make their own beer. Like you can see the beer making containers as an extension of the bar because it's all in glass. Anyway, clearly it's an adult place to hang out. It was winter, a month that was extremely cold in winter, and I was grabbing a few beers with a friend. In comes a group of about 5, 6 parents and about 15 kids. Awesome. The parents are chilling, drinking beer, and their kids are literally running around like shrieking monsters. The worst part was that they weren't just running inside or outside. They would run out of one door of the bar and enter through the other, chasing each other. That meant that the doors were constantly open, and it was freezing inside. The bartender asked them to calm their kids, and they did, for about 15, 20 mins when they forgot the kids existed again, and they started doing the same thing. Me and friend just decided to leave to a bar next door that also sold their beers but didn't have any food, and thus no stupid parents that think just because a place serves burgers and fries, it means you can celebrate your small kid's birthday party in a bar? There should be a test you need to pass to have a kid, I stage. 30 minutes or 2+ hours, your call. Context. I'm a paramedic that works semi-rural, 1-hour drive to hospital. We work 12-hour shifts from 6-6. Commonly, we would arrive at 5:30 so the off-coming crew could go home earlier after handover of equipment. Anyway, the 5:30 arrival time was a gentleman's agreement, so that the off-coming crew wouldn't have to attend a call-out that would put them over their finish time and potentially breach their 14 hours maximum working time. Local driving laws can't be working for more than 14 hours if your job involves driving, At 14 hours, you must stop driving no matter where you are, unless you have a critical patient. Occasionally, a job would come in during that 5:30, 6 period which the new shift would take, and then claim the early start as overtime. Standard practice here, normally never a problem. One day the manager sends out an email stating that no staff should be turning up early and starting work before 6, because it was costing too much in overtime. So that's what we all did. Every single crew, which was 30-plus staff. At the peak of winter, which is usually one of the busiest times of the year, it sucked finishing late a fair bit, but making the boss pay us 2+ hours of overtime and giving them the headache of driving us back to station once we breached 14 hours instead of paying for 30 minutes was great. After 2 months of hemorrhaging money in overtime payments, we get another email. You can now go back to the 5:30 arrangement. Site super demands our tools are properly organized, so we followed his exact instructions. I've been doing construction for 15 years. Our crew of 8 had been working this office complex project together for 18 months, with a good supervisor who was easy to work with and trusted us to do our jobs. The super was in his 60s and was about to retire. The last night we had an awesome night out to see him off after a long career for his well-deserved retirement. The next week his replacement arrived, Derek, fresh out of construction management school, maybe 24, with exactly one previous job site under his belt. Dude shows up with a clipboard and an attitude. After a week of observing us, which seemed to involve texting back and forth with his girlfriend while commenting on our work, Derek calls a meeting and announces a new rule. Every tool must be returned to its designated position immediately after each use. No exceptions. Anyone who's actually done construction knows this is insane. When you're hanging drywall, you use your drill, then your level, then your pencil, then your tape measure, then back to the drill. Putting each tool away after every single use would triple your work time. I tried explaining this. Derek wasn't interested in input from people who'd been doing this since before he was a gleam in his daddy's eye, so we gave Derek exactly what he wanted. Monday morning, we started putting every single tool back in its designated spot after every single use. Installing one outlet box became a 45-minute task. Grab drill, use it, walk back to the toolbox, organize it perfectly. Grab level, use it, walk back, organize it perfectly. Repeat for every single tool. What normally takes 10 minutes is now taking 45 minutes. But our tools were perfectly organized at all times. By Tuesday afternoon, Derek was getting frantic calls about why we were so far behind schedule. He came over, red-faced, demanding to know what was taking so long. Just following your efficiency protocols, boss. Every tool back immediately after use like you said. Derek tried backpedaling, saying he meant when you're done with a task. I pulled out my phone and played back the recording of his speech where he specifically said, immediately after each use, no exceptions. By Thursday, the project manager was on site asking why productivity had dropped 75%. When he found out about Derek's tool policy, he looked at Derek like he'd grown a second head. Derek got transferred the following Monday. Our old super came back to fill in until a replacement could be found, took one look at us obsessively organizing tools, and said, "Cut it out, you idiots. We've got work to do." We finished 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Talk to the hand. I've commented about this, I think it fits here. In the late 80s, I was asked to work at my pharmacy job full-time during summer break from college. I was the only young full-time worker, and the only male among a clique of mom to grandma-aged women mostly working mother's hours. My half-hour lunch was supposed to start at noon, but for some reason my relief just wouldn't show up no matter how often I paged them. 15 minutes, a half hour, an hour or more. It didn't bother me, so I didn't complain about it. That first Friday, I finally get to break a little after 1 p.m., and the store manager comes in and starts telling me she has had multiple complaints that I have been screwing up everyone's break schedule and how disappointed she is in me. I try to tell her that my relief is not showing up, and she actually does the hand thing where she just puts her hand in my face and says, "SM. Starting next week, I want you back on main register at 12:30 sharp. No excuses." So next Monday, I start paging my relief at 4:15. At 5 I call for second or backup register who is surprised since there is only one customer. I tell her to open second register. I close main, lock my drawer in the office, and punch out right at noon sharp. About 10 minutes later, the store manager comes running into the break room in a panic asking why main register is closed. There's a line, and more importantly, why is main register closed? Me. On Friday you told me I had to be off main register at noon sharp, no excuses. SM. That's not what I said. Me. Did you say starting next week I have to be back on main register at 12:30 sharp? No excuses. SM. Yes, that's what I said. Me. And is my break a half hour long? SM. SM. Can you please punch back in and take care of the line? I'll find your relief. My relief showed up at 5 to noon for the rest of the summer. Entitled parents say I have no riz. Basically, I work at a supermarket and I see a lot of entitled parents. One of my most recent stories happened just last week. For reference, EM, =, entitled mum, ED, =, entitled dad, S =, their bratty son. Well, it began a little after I took the tills. EM. Hi, well, this pack of chocolate cakes is meant to be 2 pounds, but I scanned it and it said 4 pounds. Me. Yes, but the promotion finished. Now they're back to normal price. Sorry. Ed. How dare you talk to my wife like that? I'm a calm person. But his shouting annoyed me. Me. Look, if you don't stop shouting, I won't serve you, EM. Sorry, but the website said 2 pounds. Me. That was last week. S. Give me chocolate cake, I want. I remained silent at the son's entitlement. ED. Look, just between us, reduce it. Me. I can't. The boss will be angry then. S. The man has no riz, M. You're right. Son's name. He has no riz, ED. Just scan the rest of our shopping and we'll go. Suffice to say, when the son was leaving, he stuck his tongue out at me and knocked the shelf over. We'll share more stories when I have the time. After 2 years, got paid by a stuck-up daddy's boy. 2 years ago, I drove into a parking lot with my wife and kids. There seemingly was only one place left, but a BMW was towed in at the front and left almost no room. I talked to the attendant, and she said that was the last spot. The system handles capacity automatically. So I carefully drove in and parked. About 3 cm from the other car, I had to get out of mine through the passenger side. When we went to leave, the BMW was gone and 2 of my tires were flat. I called the parking attendant over and showed her. She called her manager, who said they'd send someone within the hour. My wife and the kids took a taxi home and I stayed there waiting. But I was pissed and called the police and asked the manager for the video. They would have given me the video without an official police complaint, so I made one, and the manager then had me contact their legal department to take it from there. A few minutes after finishing up all of this police and legal stuff, the mechanic showed up, filled my tires, and I went home. I had to hound the parking company for almost 3 months until they sent the police a copy of the video. 3 times. The first time it was the wrong camera, and the second it was the right camera but wrong time frame. Once the police had the full video, I was able to amend my original complaint to vandalism and directly identify the guy that did it from the camera and license plate. A few more months, and I get a letter inviting me to an arbitration. I reply refusing and say that this will be handled through the judicial system. I add this arbitration offer to my complaint. A week later, I get a call from Daddy's lawyer offering me a few thousand souls to forget about this. The kid was mad and made a mistake. I should be reasonable, not let this go too far, etc. I tell him no to everything and ask to not be contacted again. A few more weeks go by. I think this would be about 6 months after the incident. And I get a court date, 11 months in the future, January of this year. Every couple of months, I get a call with different offers from different lawyers to drop the case, all of which I make sure to amend to the case documentation. When the court date finally comes, the guy is there with Daddy and their lawyer and me with mine. They make one last effort to work out a deal, but I deny again. The case is over pretty quickly, as the video is horribly damning to this guy's case. You can clearly see him walk up, look at my car, make a few angry gestures, then pull out his car, get out, and deflate my tires. There wasn't much he could say in his defense. The adjudication goes in my favor, and the verdict is common vandalism, and is assigned 50 days fine at 50%, which works out to around $1,700 USD, plus 90 days of home arrest. They appealed, but this was thrown out a few weeks ago, and just last week I got the news that the verdict is now final. The payment deadline has been set to October 10th of this year, or else home arrest becomes jail time. They called yesterday asking for my bank account and aid the transfer today. So Monday I'm reporting payment received and the end of this 2-year journey. So Martin, I don't know if you use Reddit or not, but enjoy your home arrest. And too bad your university doesn't accept home arrest as a valid excuse, and you'll lose all credits this cycle. Maybe think about that next time you want to screw with someone else's stuff. Second-class consulting engineer. Years ago, I worked as a consulting engineer at this company with a very tightwad CEO with multiple sticks up his butt. Everyone else was super nice. I engineered a machine that shipped to the Far East and was asked to go on site to start up the system. This was in the Northeast in February. I parked on an off-site parking lot to save my client the expense of parking at the airport and flew out on a cold, clear day and landed at my destination many, many hours later. I spent 2+ weeks working long hours to start up this machine. So many hours that I felt bad for my client and decided that I would not charge OT. Fast forward to my departure. I asked for limo service home because the car was frozen solid and I'd flown some 20+ hours and was severely sleep deprived. Nope. Only full-time employees get limo service. Consulting engineers have to drive themselves, decreed the CEO. I decided to charge full OT to the letter for every hour over 8, especially the all-nighter I pulled while there. It was the most expensive $80 limo ride he never paid for. I studied university for 3 years, but I didn't learn anything. I'm very worried about the situation I'm going through, but I had to get it out of my chest. 3 years ago, I started the degree in accounting and finance in online mode. At first, I was very excited, and with all the attitude, I felt that I was doing the right thing for my future. But little by little, I realized that, although I was passing the subjects, I was not really learning. I must confess that I copied assignments, studied just enough to pass exams. Sometimes I paid for all the homework of the subject. I do not justify myself, but I had other duties that prevented me from being 100% glued to the race. My parents think I'm an exemplary student. In fact, in 2 months I graduate, and my dad wants me to take the position of the accounting area of the family business. He blindly trusts that I can do it, and that is unalive me inside. But the reality is that I don't know how to make a financial statement from scratch. I don't understand taxes well, and I panic disappointing my parents. But I feel that I don't have the necessary bases to take control of a company. It's a very big responsibility. I'm caught between the guilt for not having taken advantage of the race and the fear of facing what's coming. Waste my time. Because your accounts team are hopeless, I'll fine you £20. Some years ago, I took a series of evening classes at the local uni. The fees were payable at the beginning of each term, and you paid a reduced fee if you settled within 2 weeks of being billed. As money was a bit hand-to-mouth at the time, I often missed the early payment slot and ended up paying the full amount. Annoying when you are already short of cash, but rules is rules. I completed the course that July and thought no more about it. However, in the July of the following year, I received a terse letter from the university accounts department, threatening legal action if I didn't clear an outstanding invoice for the final term of the previous year. Now, the tone of the letter rubbed me up the wrong way, especially as I had paid. Fortunately, I'd kept all of the receipts for my course fees in my coursework file, which I still had. Hence, I sent copies of all of the receipts to the university, showing that I had paid, and asked them to ensure my details were updated to reflect this. I received no reply. July the following year, I got another threatening letter saying my final term's fees from 2 years previously were still outstanding, and they were going to pursue legal action. This really rubbed me up the wrong way, as I'd already wasted enough time on this issue, and this sort of incompetence riles me more than it should. Once again, I dug out my receipts, and the letter I sent the previous year and included them as attachments to a very terse, bordering on rude, letter of my own. However, while I was drafting that letter, I noticed that the sum they claimed was outstanding was the amount you paid if you settled the bill early. My receipt was for the late payment fee, which was £20 higher. I saw a chance of some petty revenge, not only to take advantage of their incompetence, but to also force them to update their records. In my terse letter, I demanded that they update my records and refund my overpayment of £20 immediately. A check duly arrived about 3 weeks later. No letter of apology or anything, just a check. I didn't hear from them ever again. Apply the rules to everyone, or else. Many eons ago, when I was 19 and a cashier at a grocery store, I wore, and still wear, a pentacle necklace on a choker. It's a small, understated pentacle, nothing garish or large, simple silver. Some well-meaning customers mistook it for a Star of David, which still makes me chuckle. My manager at the time called me into his office one day. For what, I had no clue, but it quickly became apparent to me. You need to remove that necklace. It's making customers uncomfortable. I look at him and smile. I'll be happy to remove my religious symbol. Pause. Beat. Ready to be quite compliant. As soon as you require everyone else to remove their religious symbols as well. I look at him, utterly calm and smiling. He stumbles. He mumbles a, "Never mind," and sends me back to the floor. I never had another word about my pentacle. I'm honestly not sure whether this is malicious compliance or petty revenge, but it felt more appropriate here. As you wish. Not sure if this is the correct sub, but definitely a FAFO situation. Background. To walk to the transit center, one must cross a big multi-directional intersection with an island in the center. Due to traffic volume flow, you can only cross halfway and onto the island and then wait for the next light change before proceeding all the way across. I, F, was standing on the island, waiting for the next light, and hear a distinct clank sound. I turn and see a young woman crossing the first part, wearing big noise-canceling type headphones, and with her head in her phone. Immediately behind her on the ground is a wallet-type keychain with keys and lanyard attached to it. I said, "Hey," no response, acknowledgement. Then, "Hey you," louder, still nothing. Now she's across the first part and standing a foot from me on the island. I wave at her and say, "Hey, you dropped," while pointing down at the wallet. But she rips her headphones off so fast and screams, "Don't talk to me, I have a boyfriend!" The light changes and she runs across the intersection. I didn't even bother to try again. She did say, "Don't talk to me." I look over my shoulder just in time to see the one-legged crack head on the corner, bending over in his wheelchair and scoop up that wallet keychain, and then propel himself away. My BF would never tell me when he'd be home. He was in financial planning, so he had no set hours, but he just wouldn't tell me, F25-ish at the time, if he was going to be home at 5 or 9, despite my asking for a heads up just so I wouldn't worry. Months go by, nothing changes. This is pre-everyone had a cell. He had a car phone. I set up a poker game with my friends, told my mom my plan because she is a hysterical worrier, and if he called her, I didn't want her to freak out. Didn't leave a note. I went to my friend's place to play cards and traipsed into our apartment around 4 a.m. He had gone to bed but couldn't sleep. He asked where I was. Me. Playing cards with friends. Him. Why didn't you call me? Me. Was I supposed to? I didn't think it was necessary. You never call me. The problem stopped. We never have time to do it correct, but we always have time to do it again. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I ran the mail department in a good-sized commercial printing company. Most of my day was filled with taking customer mailing lists and processing them so that they get discounts at the post office, but occasionally I produced consecutively numbered items, read raffle tickets. Now, raffle tickets are small, maybe 1 by 4 inches, too small to run to the machine by themselves. We decided to run them 4 across and 2 high, so 8 raffle tickets per sheet. I created a spreadsheet in Excel that had 8 columns, 1 for each raffle ticket position. The raffle tickets in this particular case were printed on a special type of paper that has a holographic background. Very expensive. The process of setting up the inkjet machine to print the 8 numbers in 2 spots on each raffle ticket is to find the appropriate XY position for the first ticket number to be placed on the customer portion, then copy that number to replaced on the part of the ticket that is ripped off and given to the administrators of the raffle. Now I have coordinates that I can extrapolate to the remaining 7 positions. Having copied and pasted the original 2 text boxes using extrapolated XY coordinates, they were all showing the exact same raffle number, the first row column in my spreadsheet. While I was going through the process of changing position 2 to reflect the data in the second column, position 3 to reflect the data in the third column, etc., my always-in-a-hurry manager showed up and, right in front of my entire department, yelled, "Why is this machine not running yet?" I was currently halfway through updating the 5th out of 8 tickets. I told him that it wasn't set up yet. I still had some work to do to get it ready. He looked at the screen and could see that there was data for all 8 tickets. All 16 positions had a text box associated. Never mind if the text box contained the correct data or not, they all had data associated. Happy to tell you, I pushed back hard. I didn't give him specifics, just that the setup was not complete and cannot be run as is. He asked, "I shit you not, what's it going to take to get this machine running right now?" "Easy. I'll simply comply." I handed him the last piece that came out of the machine. Mind you, positions 6, 7, and 8 all contained data for position 1, and position 5 was only half right, and said, "If you want to put your signature on this piece, we can run it right now, but I'm not signing off on it until I verify the accuracy of all 16 positions." The next day was hell. More special paper had to be purchased, delivered FedEx overnight 1 a.m. delivery, rush job to print and cut and deliver to my department, rush to imprint, correctly, positions 5 through 8, cut to final size, box and deliver to the customer. Job was late. We lost any profit we were looking forward to through overnight delivery, reprint, etc., etc., etc. I just smiled and did my job, never said a word, but the look on his face when he told me I had to redo half the job was priceless. You make the F-ing yogurt. This happened when I was 16, 29 years ago, but thought I'd share. I spent a summer working at my family's deli in Midtown Manhattan, doing a bit of everything, mainly deliveries during breakfast and lunch, and working the register in the afternoons. While on deliveries, I got to know our regulars, and some were generous tippers. When they came in for frozen yogurt while I was on register duty, I'd hook them up with a little extra. One day, a good customer asked for a yogurt without a lid, so I made it bigger than usual. Then he changed his mind and asked for a lid, causing some to spill out the side, making a mess. My frugal uncle saw it, flipped out, and told me I was wasting money, insisting that from now on, only he could make the yogurt. So, for the rest of the summer, I'd stop whatever I was doing and run to the kitchen to get him any time someone ordered one. At first, he thought I'd get tired of it. By the second week, he was annoyed. By the third week, he finally exploded, looked at me with pure rage, and screamed, "Enough! You make the fucking yogurt!" She's drunk again. Mom broke the door to the house, fought our grandma right in front of us. They both screamed so much she apologized and told us she loves us, asked for a hug and a kiss, but I couldn't give her one. I couldn't get up from the couch. I wanted to cry, but I stopped myself, and I don't know why. I still haven't cried. I don't know how to feel. I typing this not even knowing if I'll post it. I don't even know if it's the right sub for it. I just don't know how to feel, and I need to voice it somehow. I haven't spoken a word, and I've tried so many times. The one time I almost do, I almost cry. I don't want to cry, and I don't know why. That's it. Have a good day. Just another day of partner's mother trying to ruin the activities and be the center of attention. Long story, but still fresh and annoyed. Partner's brother's wife, guess my sister by law, had a birthday this last week, so we had a day full of kayaking, lunch, window shopping, and dessert planned. Her husband and I work an obnoxious amount of hours at different jobs, so coordinating for both of us to get the second half of the day off to make this happen was a feat in of itself. Rushed home after work, got the kayaks loaded up and all the extra gear loaded into the truck, and asked my partner if we were headed straight there now to meet them, and he said his mother was coming here to carpool with us. Almost every single outing with her there is some kind of issue, so I was already voicing my annoyance that we were carpooling and she couldn't just drive herself. She shows up while I'm in the kitchen, and when I come to living room, she is not even remotely dressed for any outdoor activity, let alone kayaking. Picture Stevie Nicks, shawl and all. I asked if she needed to get changed for the trip, and she said she did not think she was going to kayak. What? Didn't press the issue at all, not my fight, and I didn't organize the trip. We'll let BIL sort it out. We drive the 45 minutes to get to the park and launch area, and see BIL already has the 2 kayaks for them out, and Mills inflated one ready to go. I asked if he already paid for the day pass, and he said he didn't see the envelopes, so I walked to the nearby booth to grab them, and came back to the truck to find a pen to fill them out. Soon as I opened the door, my partner is leaning in the passenger side, shaking his head. I asked what's wrong, and he said the kayaking part of trip is off. His mom told BIL that she did not want to kayak and she'd just watch. This is a river excursion, not just doing laps in a lake. First time I've ever seen BIL visibly angry in 11 years, when he asked her why she even bothered to come. Agreed to come when she had a chance to back out at my house before we left. She repeated she would just watch, and he just noped out. Deflated her kayak, threw their 2 in the back of his truck and said, "Let's just go to lunch." Entire way there she was silent. Didn't say a word when we got seated at the restaurant until the waiter asked for drinks. Ordering food, she said start at the other side of the table, and when they got back to her she was not hungry, and then just sulked on her phone on Facebook the entire hour we were there. When we finished, she beelined out the restaurant and sat on the flower bed stoop at the corner waiting for us. We didn't want to ruin the entire birthday outing, so when we got to where she was, we said we were going to go into a few of the shops and get ice cream after from a place a few doors down. She said that's fine, she's just going to stay here until we're done. Da fook? Asked her if she wanted my keys to go sit in the truck. She said no. It's a nice day out, bitch. We were gone another 45 or so minutes and came back to her still sulking on the stoop. Offered BIL $100 if he would drive her home because I didn't want to be in that awkward position for another hour, but he declined. This is like the 3rd event in a row, the prior 2 just being audience-type shows, Cirque du Freak, the Addams Family musical, that she has spoken poorly about during and after the fact. We've all vowed never again, but we'll see if they stick to their guns. Shopping revenge. This is story of my wife's petty revenge during shopping. She and son went in the supermarket to get few things. They didn't have any shopping cart, just couple of things that they could carry in their hands. There were long queues at the normal tills, so naturally to skip them they went to self-checkout. The system is, there are 4 self-checkouts and 1 line for all of them. Line was not long, maybe 2, 3 people, but by the time they were next in line there were around 10 people behind them. So their turn comes and she was distracted for few seconds, nothing unusual. We're talking about 4 seconds max. Usually when that happens, person behind prompts the next in line and waits for their turn. True sign of civilization. Not this time. A young couple, maybe in their late teens, early 20s, pushes past her and son. Usually she would let it slide, but not this time. She calls out to him and asks, does he really think that 10 people behind her are waiting for him to cut past the line? His answer, well, you didn't pay enough attention and weren't fast enough. Instead of arguing with ID 10T, she calmly swiped one of her items on his till and proceeded to the next that became vacant. By the time she finished with her items, he was still waiting on the store clerk to cancel her item. As they went towards the exit, he called out to her, "You're crazy!" She calmly replied, "Well, you didn't pay enough attention," and exited out. Feels like I'm starting over again and again. I keep telling myself this time will be different, but somehow I end up right back where I started. I'll go a few days without drinking and start to feel a little bit of hope, and then out of nowhere I cave. Last night I poured a drink while telling myself it was the last one, and by the end of the night the bottle was empty. This morning I woke up with that same sick pit in my stomach, ashamed and angry. It feels like I'm stuck in this loop of making promises I can't keep. My partner doesn't even ask anymore, they just give me that look like they already know how it went. I hate that I've let it get to this point. I found some app called SoberPath, https://apps.apple.com/ca/app/soberpath/ID 67467354008. And started using it to track my days. I've also been trying to pick up Quit Lit before bed instead of numbing myself, and I scroll through posts here just to remind myself I'm not completely alone in this. But right now it feels like I'm standing at the bottom of a mountain I'll never be able to climb. How do you keep going when every slip feels like proof you're never going to change? No problem. I won't put my donkey's compost by the landlocked park. I will move it as far from that park as physically possible. That just so happens to be across the street from your driveway. Tildar. Title summarizes it. My improvement district known as University Park had a changing reason for suing me for being disabled. They went from me putting up a sign calling this place a giant pile of shit. They're dumping sewage into our lake far above EPA levels, and I blew the whistle. They said they couldn't sue me for that, and instantly switches to saying they'd sue me for being disabled in a way that breaks their covenants. Not an HOA, but a government organization. How upset they were that I made it legal for women to be topless. The president's property value of a home he built across the street from me. The property value of everyone in the neighborhood. The president even told people that if they sold their homes, then University Park lost the lawsuit. Everyone should sue me for hurting their property values. Then, the value of a 3K landlocked park. A park that I tried to buy, but they refused to sell to me, despite being willing to give it to my neighbor for free. They stated that my donkey's compost, which does not smell much at all even when I am shoveling it and cannot grow fly larvae, was hurting that park's property value. Never mind, they spent nearly $15K of our public funds suing me and trying to enforce covenants. Then it was the covenants. Now that they lost, they claimed they tried to sue me because me being disabled is a nuisance. Anywho. Since the time they said they don't want my compost hurting that park, I decided to help by moving my compost pile for my disability assistance donkey. It just so happens that the absolute furthest place I can place it is directly across the street from the president's property's driveway. Bonus points is after extending my donkey's paddock to have a secondary rotational area for occasional feeding. The first thing she did as I walked her about to show her the new area is take a piss while looking at his house. I love her so much. She helps me so very much. Such a good donk. 9 Yo son going to sleep. Compulsory notes. English is not my first language, but it is my son's. This just happened less than 5 minutes ago. My son is turning 9 tomorrow. We've had some trouble putting him to sleep during his summer vacation, and I was steering him towards sleep right now. I asked if he'd brushed his teeth and gone potty to get ready to bed. He said yes, so I asked him to put your head on the pillow, please. He went to his bed, took the pillow, and held it in his hands, resting his head on top of it, and started heading towards the living room. I couldn't do anything but laugh for a solid minute, and then went to get him from living room, and added to my previous statement, go to bed and put your head on the pillow, please. Moments like this make a dad proud. I've catfished an old crush because of a trend. I used to have a crush on a girl during a camp vacation. The thing is, I used to consider myself heterosexual, so I didn't quite understand why I felt the way I felt towards her. A year after, I am scrolling on TikTok and see the rejection therapy, so I sent her a message hoping she would tell me who ugly I am and block me. After 2 messages, she stopped answering and I felt so dumb. I create a fake account using a whole new identity. We speak for 3 hours. I've learned some deep thing about her I would have never guessed. At the end, I tell her in our real language who I am, and she is like, who are you? That felt terrible. I don't know if it's okay to ghost people, but even if at first I felt angry because I was like, didn't I deserve an answer, like at least reject me to end it? Now I know who stupid it was to feel angry because there is nothing to be angry about being rejected. It's okay for others to not like, and it was the whole point of the rejection therapy. But her actually not remembering me hit deep. Like, was I so ugly and fat she didn't even remember? Then she took a screenshot and I got really scared writing no, please, even calling her. After hearing my name, she stopped writing or being online. Maybe she got to Insta to search for someone with my name. And she kept writing, it's so funny, I'ma tell everyone. I got scared, blocking her, then deleting the account before changing all my social name to something different. She isn't in the same school as me, but she does have friends who are. A day after, she deleted her profile picture on Insta, so maybe she thought I was a stalker that didn't know her in real life. I hope she just don't give a fuck, even if she know who I am, and won't tell anybody because I am not confident enough to. 1. Assuming I did all that cringe stuff BC she didn't answer. 2. That I am bi, or I think so am I an asshole? I'm a bad person? Should I be scared? Movie theater. Petty revenge. This happened a while back when I was a projectionist at a multiplex theater. One night, my friends and I were planning our night out, and most of them wanted to see a movie before we hit the bars. They particularly liked the idea of going to my theater since they knew I'd get them in for free. Again. To my horror, they voted to see a blockbuster movie that had been showing for months. Obviously, I knew every scene of that movie, and I was kinda pissed I'd have to sit through it on my night off. So we all get seated and start trying to watch the movie, but a bunch of women are being noisy AF throughout the start of the movie. People are shushing them, and they just laughed it off and got even more obnoxious. Eventually, I got up and sat behind them and started whispering every line in the movie right before the actors would say it and would tell them everything that was about to happen. At first, they thought it was funny, then thought I was some kind of weirdo who knew the whole movie by heart, down to every line. After a few minutes of this, they really started getting annoyed with me, so I tried to make a deal that I'd stop if they did. They laughed, so I continued to mess up their movie. My friends thought the whole thing was hilarious and just laughed at them. They seemed somewhat embarrassed and calmed down a bit, and I enjoyed the movie in a petty kind of way. My mom is annoyed I hate Trump. I'm neither Democrat or Republican. I'm still into politics. I guess you could say I'm independent party. I recently told my mom I don't understand Trump anymore and that I no longer like him. She's annoyed now and keeps saying everything on TikTok and YouTube is lies. What, are you saying Trump is almighty and doesn't do anything bad? Not everything is Democratic lies, because I told her that I don't understand the alligator Alcatraz thing, where it is abusive, and she's just mad now, talking behind my back. And my grandmother is also mad. The only person who agrees with me is my older sister. I'm just mad at my mom. She doesn't hate me for it. She just is annoyed, and it's making me really mad. Besides, the only reason I ever supported him was because I was younger, and they influenced me. I wish they never got me into politics. Because both parties are bad. Democrats are pro-LGBTQ and abortion. No offense to LGBTQ, I just don't like the ones that shove it in your face and force you to like them. And then Republicans are in a weird MAGA cult, but I just wish they would support me. Thoughts? Sorry if my post is all over the place and crazy, I'm bad at writing. Edit. Guys, I can't vote BTW, I'm under 18. Like a lot of PPL on this sub. Inadvertent petty revenge. So this happened about 20-some-odd years ago. It's kind of inadvertent minor revenge. I don't think petty really covers it. My second ex, she who must not be named, was a flaming, backstabbing bitch. Tried to turn friends and my own kids against me. Lied, cheated, did whatever she could to cause chaos in my family and for me. I could go on at great length, but even now, typing this, I'm getting worked up. Anyway, she got the boot. I became single dad of a very young son, ceasing her parental rights, visitation, the whole 9 yards. Several years go by. So my older son came into town. My daughter was at home with my youngest. Older son and I decided to go out for lunch. Driving on the loop and discussing where, he finally got off and we went to a Mexican restaurant I liked. He parked, and as I'm getting out, I notice peripherally there are people in the car next to me. It's my ex and her whole grifter family, 7 or 8 of them. Shit, my family luck back to bite me in the ass again. I, by God, came here to eat and I was going to eat. Her mother smoked, so did I, so I asked for a non-smoking table. They still seated us too close. Son and I ate, finished. Their table was chaos. Drinking, yelling, arguments, spilling everything everywhere. Told my son, we're done. So my son went out to bring the car around. I get up to leave. X had spawned 2 more kids who were there. One of them was at the end of the table, maybe a year or 2 old. They claimed he would scream bloody red-handed fucking unalived if any human being got near him. Yeah, cute. No, really. They all really started laying it on thick. Go over near him and see. Egging me on to test it by standing near the kid. No thanks. They pushed and pushed. I realized even at the time they probably wanted me to get embarrassed at the restaurant. I'm thinking my son probably was waiting with the car. Don't know what happened in my brain, but I walked over to the kid and looked at him for half a minute. He didn't seem to much notice me. I moved his chair over a couple inches, pulled up a chair from another table and sat next to him. I looked at him. He looked at me. Someone said, "He must be in a really good mood." There was a stack of drink coasters on the table. I picked it up, divided it to equal portions, and stuck half in his hand. I raised his hand and spread them like we were playing cards. I fanned my coasters. He was looking at his coasters. I looked and decided, and picked one of his coasters and put it with mine. Examined them a moment, then held mine up to him. I took his other hand and used it to pick one of my coasters to put with his. We went on like this for a minute or two. It's unalived quiet at the table the entire time. Finally, I gave him all my coasters, put the chair back and said I gotta go. Not a sound from that table all the way to the front door. Screams when any human being gets near him, huh? Maybe he's just never been near a human being before. And I hope the restaurant counted the silverware. No, I'm not kidding. Is life going to treat me the same way I treat my mother? Rant. My mom's sister just sent me a video of an old lady going about how you have to respect and listen to your parents and that life is going to treat you the same way you treat your mother, just because I'm 21 and want to move closer to college. For the past week or so, my family and extended family have been trying to convince me not to move out and getting an apartment with my boyfriend. I just don't understand how they think I can live my life when they want to take my car away and have my aunt drive me around everywhere because I'm not ready to drive. And it has happened before. When I was 18, I got accepted to a college that was 2 hours away from home. Well, they let me apply, get interviewed, register to classes, get my school ID taken, and all that stuff. Just for them to tell me they weren't going to let me go and try to convince me to get into my town's college that didn't even have my major. Well, they're trying to do the same thing again. They let me look at apartments, tell my BF and his parents, get a budget, get an appointment with a realtor, just for them to switch up on me when my extended family didn't agree with the idea. Now my mom wants me to transfer to the college where her family graduated from and let my BF go by himself because he's just using me to pay for half of the rent. And if I don't, they threaten me with never supporting me financially again and take away the car I'm using. This is just the tip of all the things they've said. I can't enjoy my life if all I'm worried about is making my family and extended family happy. Same trick, different tricks, same lessons, different confessions. Ultimatums are dumb. Star 8, factless fascist. Your first act was fun. Removed mask, now done. Multiple times I tried to cancel this subscription. Sucker for your plastic mold. Full symposium. Hooked on a line while you played possum. Blame my habits, but never your rum. Refugee parasite. Am an ashamed curmudgeon. Bitter from my own well. I drank this poison. Building up a tolerance to adapt and overcome through such experiences, insanity lights vacancy, welcome. I have to teach in my classroom? Bet. I first started teaching over 20 years ago at a high school, so this was roughly May of 2004. As a new teacher, I was the low man on the pole and ended up in a portable classroom instead of the main building. If you don't know, it is what it sounds like. Kind of like a small mobile home trailer. They are meant to be used temporarily at best, for overcrowding or emergencies and the like. The big problem is that Florida is hot as hell. We have 2 seasons, summer and hot summer. This particular year, our AC in the portable couldn't keep up. The insulation in the building had been damaged in a hurricane the previous year and had not been repaired yet. As a result of those 2 things, it was hotter inside the portable than it was outside in the shade with a breeze. So I said fuck it and moved class outside and taught math in the courtyard for a few days. One of the assistant principals saw us and asked to see me later. He asked why I was teaching outside, and I explained. Teach in your classroom. I tried to negotiate. What if the front office has my cell number? What about the media center? Can I teach there? Teach in your assigned classroom. Bet. That weekend, I went to the home improvement store. I bought a 50-gallon trash can, a large standing fan, a small pump, and some copper tubing. I rigged it up so the chilled water would be pulled through the tubing that was zip-tied to the front of the fan. Then Monday I went to work early and got a bunch of ice from the cafeteria to put in the trash can. I filled the cooler with water and dumped that in there with the ice. I now had enough ice water to make cool air. When the kids showed up for first period, we had some air. It wasn't as good as a real air conditioner, but it helped. The kids thought I was a mad scientist, and that actually made me think about switching subjects to science later. No kids, I am not a mad scientist, just basic thermodynamics here. By third period, kids are telling each other about it. We went that way for about a week and a half before it ended. I got called into the office. Why am I getting phone calls from parents about some science experiment in your math class, Mr. Cobb? It seems some of the kids had been talking about my DIY solution at home. It's a homemade air conditioner. I told you ours was crappy. You didn't want to address the situation, so I did. I was told to disassemble it, and by some miracle, I had a newer AC unit in my portable the next day. The principal was pissed. I made the school look bad, and she non-renewed my contract at the end of the year, so I had to find a new school. My son goes to that high school now. Those same portables are still in use. Get rid of those F-hash and kin dandelions. I'm 24, living in my first place on my own. I'd rented a townhouse. This was back in the late 80s, even when poor people could rent entire houses, and was putting myself through college. Not a lot of money to spare, but I was getting by. The townhouse was not detached, and I had two neighbors whose homes were directly attached to my own. I got along fine with my southernmost neighbor, aka we said hi when we saw each other, and that was about it. But the other neighbor, he had a chip on his shoulder. Generally rude if we bumped into each other, I'd say hi or good morning. He'd ignore me, scowl, turn away, etc. Whatever, no big deal. I just took it in stride. Being a struggling college student, I didn't have a lot of money for non-essentials. Most of the people in the neighborhood poured weed killers on their lawns every spring. I didn't do this, for several reasons. Most important, I think it's a shame to poison the local water table. And while I love a nice lawn, I don't think you have to cater to grass. I prefer a more natural look. Back then, that meant regular grass, but with some crabgrass and dandelions. One day Bob starts berating me over my dandelions. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. Don't you have any self-respect? You bring down the tone of the neighborhood. Every time he'd see me, he'd tell me I need to pour poison on my lawn, which I explained I couldn't afford and didn't want to do. At first I was polite, as I wanted to be on good terms with my neighbors, but Bob started getting angrier and more unreasonable, started calling me poor white trash. One day I'm coming home, parking in my driveway with some friends from school in my car. As we're getting out, Bob comes outside and shouts at the top of his lungs, "Get rid of those fucking dandelions!" He looks over and now spots my friends getting out of the car, and he's clearly embarrassed, but he doubled down and started talking directly to my friends. Did you know your friend is an embarrassment to the neighborhood? How's it feel to be friends with white trash? I had just about had enough of his anger by then, and I snapped back, told him to fuck off and mind his own business. Several days later, I get a knock on my front door. Open up the door and it's a bylaw enforcement officer. Says he's responding to complaints of noxious weeds in my backyard and asks to come take a look for himself. Being a middle unit, the only access to my backyard was through the house. I invite him in, offer him a drink of, which he gratefully accepts, hot day, and take him through to the backyard. Lots of lovely white and yellow dandelions peppered over the yard. He takes one look and gives a deep sigh. There were no noxious weeds, which I knew full well, as I had long ago taken the precaution of checking with the city to see what was and what was not acceptable in the weed department, and I knew I was very comfortably, within compliance. The bylaw cop apologized for wasting my time, said my yard was nowhere near a problem. He left and went next door to chastise my neighbor for wasting his time. I stood at my front door and listened. It was glorious listening to Bob sputtering and angry, trying to defend himself and vilify me, all to no avail. My wife and I can't even sit out and enjoy our backyard because of all those stupid dandelions. Bylaw cop told him to stop harassing his neighbors and left. But listening in gave me an idea. I knew Bob liked to sit out on his back deck in the afternoons, so I waited. As soon as I spotted him out there, I walked out into my backyard, ignoring Bob as I gathered up a nice bouquet of white-topped dandelions, seeds ready to disperse to the wind. We had a 4-foot-high chain-link fence between our properties, so the view between yards was pretty much unobstructed. I stood at the fence, locked eyes with Bob, and started blowing thousands of dandelion seeds into his yard. The wind was at my back, so the seeds were traveling quite far into his yard. He grew red-faced and started yelling at me. "What's the matter, Bob? I'm just doing what you asked and getting rid of my dandelions." He yelled more, and I just ignored him. After depositing several dandelions worth of seeds, he went back inside. From that day forward, for the next several weeks, every single time I saw him out on his deck, I'd go out and send more dandelion seeds into his yard. Eventually, dandelion flowering season ended. I wanted to think that Bob learned a lesson about bullying, but he didn't. I'll post some of his other bullying attempts at some other time. Communion. Background context. Before actually saying anything, my NB14 dad, M41, is a pastor in Georgia, USA. If you're from anywhere but the USA and don't know why I said Georgia, USA instead of just Georgia, I know. There is a country named Georgia, but there is also a U.S. state called Georgia. Now, this happened yesterday. Very petty revenge. So, a month ago, my dad said I could help with communion this month. We have communion the first Sunday of every month. And then this month, he forgot that he said I could help. So now, I'ma be petty. We do a singing prayer at the end of every service, like a prayer before supper, 'cause we have church in the evening and then have supper at the church. I usually hold my dad's hand during this. This time, I held my mom's hand instead of his, and has both my little siblings, F12 and M10, stand in between me and our dad. And then afterwards, I messed up my dad's hair. My dad also usually wears a hat 'cause his hair is messy, and he doesn't really brush his hair unless he needs to, going to church. So I took his hat. That's it, pretty small, very petty. Rock, solid revenge. This takes place in Germany. A few weeks ago, when I was visiting my cousin, the driveway to her property was blocked by a lorry, small one, 7.5 T maximum, that was being unloaded by the next-door neighbor, and I had to park on the main road. A little information on the layout of the driveway and properties in question. My cousin inherited this property, and it shares the driveway with said neighbor, who bought it recently. At the beginning of the driveway, there is a small bridge over a creek connecting it to the main road, and at the end of it, there's a T-junction to either property. The boundary line between properties is in the middle of the driveway, which is about 2.8 m wide. Apparently, this once was one giant farmstead and got split in the middle at some point. The neighbor can only get to his property through the driveway. My cousin bought some land around both properties to use as an orchard and farmland. So she can use some gravel roads to get home and isn't restricted to one way, but it's inconvenient, 15 mins of extra time, and not really good if you use a normal car. It's made for tractors and lumber harvesters. Back to the lorry. Apparently this happened multiple times now, as the neighbor runs a carpenter shop and gets or sends deliveries quite often. Cousin tried to talk to the neighbor, but the response always was like, "Use your back roads," or, "We both own the driveway, I can block it if I have to." The lorry can't get onto the neighbor's property because the gate is too small, and a wall would have to be demolished. He doesn't want to do that. Well, cousin thought, if you're unreasonable, then I'll be petty. Remember the little bridge over the creek? Well, it's really little, and not made for lorries. So a few days ago, she got a sign prohibiting any vehicle over 3.5 T, maximum car weight in Germany, to pass over it, and blocked it at the end with a big boulder, so a standard lorry, 2.55 m wide, can't get past it. She left a gap of about 2.1 m, enough for normal cars. The neighbor now has to unload the deliveries on the main road. Almost no traffic there, but much farther away. He tried to talk to my cousin in very unfriendly terms, but she was having none of it, and will keep the boulder there for as long as she feels like it. It's on her property after all, and access is still possible, so it's not against any law, fake. The cherry on the cake is that the neighbor owns a Dodge Ram, which is apparently too wide to fit through the gap, so he has to drive his wife's car. Hire her, no matter what. As you wish. I am part of a small hiring team at my workplace, and I take my position very seriously. Some time ago, we were looking to fill a key role that required someone sharp, organized, and ready to work under pressure. We had a solid shortlist after several interviews, and then my department supervisor pulled me aside. He told me, flat out, to hire one candidate in particular. Not because she was the best fit, but because he wanted me to. I later heard through office rumors that she was an almost girlfriend, basically someone he had a thing for and was trying to impress. He said I should, but just make it work, and he will take the heat if needed. I refused at first, showing him her results of the interview. She was one of the least ranked. She was late to the interview, vague answers, couldn't explain basic industry terms. But he wouldn't listen and said it was a direct order. So I did exactly what he asked. I hired her, gave her all the support I could, even offered extra onboarding help. Within a month, she accidentally sent a confidential client file to the wrong company. Then she once approved a purchase order for 10x the budgeted amount because she obviously didn't read through all those numbers. It was from one wrong to another. We lost a major client over the email slip. Another pulled back on their contract due to delays on her end. When upper management started asking questions, my manager tried to dodge responsibility. But HR already had the hiring records. I made sure all instructions, including his, were documented, which was intentionally in case a situation like this came up, and it did. He was reassigned within the quarter. She quietly disappeared not long after. Turns out, hiring your crush isn't as cute when the company starts bleeding money. My cousin's bio dad wants to connect with him after over 20 years. I got the go-ahead to tell this story a few days ago. My cousin, 20M, is a somewhat famous rapper in his local area. When he was born, his bio dad basically left him and his mom to starve in either North or South Dakota. My cousin's mom was able to leave that state and return to my dad's side of the family. I'm not 100% sure of the details, but somewhere within his dad's desertion, his dad was scared off by my father. My cousin and my aunt, years later, moved on, and my cousin was adopted by my uncle, a wonderful man, who still sees my cousin as much his bio son as if he helped conceive him. Cue to now. My cousin's 20, a locally famous rapper in his immediate area, lives on his own with a friend or two, and still has a good connection with his mom and his dad, his adoptive father, who took care of him since he was like 4. His bio dad was cyber-stalking him, liking photos and posting photos of my cousin when he was in middle school. Soon, his bio dad messaged him online about how my cousin is his son because he helped with the process to create him. My cousin, my father, my aunt's sister, and I were losing it. I have no idea how my dad felt about it, but I know my cousin and I were finding the situation hilarious, with me and him calling his bio dad a sperm donor and a walking, talking sperm bank. My aunt's sister's pissed and wants to unalive him. She can't, considering she isn't that crazy, and my 2 aunts live in different states. To make it better, or worse, my cousin's sperm donor was saying how my cousin's mom was sleeping with other guys, when it was in fact him sleeping around, and excluding my cousin's 2 sisters that were conceived with my uncle and aunt. He has 20 siblings, all in various states. When I first heard the situation, I told him to post online about how my uncle is the best dad in the world, and if he felt like, roast his sperm donor of a bio dad. Because I'm petty like that. Well, he did it. On his social media, he showed screenshots of his bio dad trying to claim that my cousin, his son, all while the song I Don't Fuck With You by Big Sean, Fet E40, was playing. I'm not a fan of rap music, but I was dying laughing at the choice of my cousin's song in regards of that. To put icing on the cake, my cousin mentioned that his bio dad can keep the spoiled milk he left to get after 20 years of absence, and all he did was essentially donate his sperm to my aunt's uterus. As far as I know, that's all the tea spilled about the situation. Snail gel face cream. So about 5 years back, I used to work in a health store which sold face creams with supposed health benefits. One day, a very well-dressed and spoken lady came in. Instead of asking for whatever item she was looking for, she proceeded to huff and make exasperated noises as she looked up and down the shelves. After a couple of minutes, I went over to the lady to ask if I could help. She huffed, looked me up and down, and then said no. I went over to the till to serve customers as the lady proceeds to walk around the beauty aisle for another 10 minutes, huffing and mumbling under her breath. After another couple of minutes, she storms over to the till, barges in front of a customer I am serving, and asks where the snail gel cream is. I politely explain I am serving a customer and will be with her in a minute, but she glares at me and starts muttering that she will not wait all day. At this point, the line is now empty. At this point, the supervisor who has been in the back walks out. She heads straight for the supervisor who is covering the store that day and proclaims she is here for snail gel, but the staff are rude and have refused to help her. She said all of this while looking at me. The supervisor explains that the cream is out of stock, but we can check the system to see when the cream will be in. I quickly check the system and see 2 pots will come in the next day. At this point, the lady asks if we can keep one back for her. I reassure her we will in front of the supervisor, who apologizes to the lady for her wait to talk to the staff. The lady sweetly says it is no problem and then brings over some items she gathered from the store. The supervisor leaves. I serve her and apologize to her again. She says nothing, looks me up and down again, and then walks away muttering, "Dumb bitch." So the delivery comes the next day, and sadly the snail gel cream didn't come. They were accidentally left in the bottom of a tote, and 6 large totes were placed on top for them to be returned to the depot. See, the thing was that the store's ordering system was automatic. For every item which went out, another would be ordered in. We could not override this, and until the stock take and the item was declared as missing, the system could not automatically reorder it. People could still do click and collect for any item on the website to the store, but they had to pay. I finished my shift, but I heard off of a coworker that a lady came in and lost it, that there was no snail gel cream which was promised for her. Nobody knew anything about a cream being kept back, and the covering supervisor was back at his main store 50 miles away. She supposedly swore, called everybody imbeciles, and ended up being escorted off by security after pushing a display shelf down. Now, I'm not condoning this. It sure was petty, but I am far from a dumb bitch. If she wanted the cream so bad, she could have ordered it from the website. Hope I get sick. Not sure how guilty I feel or not, but kind of curious if I'm the only one who thinks like this. I hope I develop a deadly illness. Not for attention of any sort. I just want to be not alive, and an illness seems like the best way for that to happen. $UIC1D awareness is more about making the person feel incredibly guilty for not wanting to do the whole song and dance anymore. Nothing about making a person feel needed or wanted, just to feel worse about what they make others feel. Literally seems like the only way everyone ends up happy is if people like me can just develop cancer or liver failure. I can't wait for that for myself. This world is toxic and full of hate. Crossing fingers for cancer. I'll tell nobody, of course. Too bad it's not contagious. He came for a refund, so I gave him one. Years ago, when 2-year cell phone contracts were still a thing and you had to pay per text message, I worked at a Sprint store in a busy area in Michigan. We weren't a corporate store, which meant we didn't have access to billing or refunds. We were more there for repairs and sales. One day, this man comes in fuming about being charged 20 cents for a text that allegedly Sprint had sent, probably a bill reminder. But I don't believe you were charged for texts from the company. Anywho, I explained to the man that we aren't a corporate store, so I wouldn't even be able to access the bill to refund, and that was just unacceptable, and starts screaming. Starts drilling into me about how I'm just a dumb kid and people my age may love to text, but he's never going to, and how it's unfair he has to pay this charge. I had just went to the corner store for a snack and paid cash, and I just threw my change in my pocket. I reached into my pocket, smiled at him, and pulled out a quarter. I said, "Here you go, with interest." I felt like a goddess. It was so petty, and his face, priceless. "This isn't the point!" He slammed the quarter down and left. I hope he's having the day he deserves. I cannot accept my hair loss. I don't care what anyone says. People will say it's genetic and I need to get over it. I used to have amazing hair. My hair was very full, even somewhat curly. Now the sides look so far back, and my hair comes out so ugly and straight now. I wouldn't even care that much if I could rock the bald look, but I absolutely cannot. My forehead is way too big for that. I think people that don't understand my pain is because they don't understand what it feels like to lose good hair. And no, a transplant wouldn't work. It would just fall off again because of the DHT issue. I tried minoxidil and Fin, and experienced terrible side effects. Petty driving revenge gone wrong. I had just dropped my dog off at the vet for testing and was on my way home. I was at a light that I could turn left on once traffic was clear. I saw a car coming, getting ready to turn into the same two-lane road. Because I'd almost gotten hit a couple times at that light from people jumping lanes, I decided to wait. Because I was waiting, the guy behind me laid on the horn. When I went, it was at a causal speed because fuck you, now I'm not in a hurry. He got close behind me and flashed his lights, then swung in front of me and slammed on his brakes. I'm not sure if he was trying to get me to hit him or get someone else to hit me, but damn. Then I tried to change lanes a couple times and he kept doing it until I was almost at my turnoff. After the adrenaline furs down, I found it almost funny. Be a dick to me, then get mad that too, get that energy back? Asshole. Is it bad I, 19F, wanted my parents to thank my boyfriend, 18M, for basically saving our cat's life? Hey everyone, sorry if this is all over the place, I'm currently in tears. So last night at about 2 a.m., I heard my cat Cosmo screaming and I quickly ran out of my room to find him having a seizure. I was so panicked I moved everything out of the way, I did not touch him, and quickly rushed to my parents' room banging on the door, and my stepdad, 35M, came out. Mum, 40F, was too lazy to get out of bed. My stepdad saw him having a seizure and said to me he's fine and walked off. Cosmo was so scared after making really loud meows and drooling at the mouth and couldn't walk properly. I kept Cosmo in my room and stayed up until 7 a.m. to make sure I was there if he were to have another seizure, and he didn't, thankfully, but he was very distressed all night. At about 1 p.m. today, my mum was working from home and I said, we need to take him to the vets, and she started saying how if he gets worse, they will. I didn't think that's a good enough excuse, so we got into an argument, and she openly admitted to her not caring if he were to die or get really sick. I talked to my boyfriend, and he could tell I was really worried, and he helped me take him to the vet. When my boyfriend came over, my mum was saying how I would be punished if we took Cosmo to the vet when my boyfriend was paying the bill. We took him to the vet anyways and paid the vet bills, $250, and they told us if Cosmo were to have another seizure he would have was unalived because he was experiencing anaphylaxis. They gave him a shot that treats the symptoms and he should be okay now. When we got home, my mum wasn't home. My boyfriend stayed over for a while and had to go home because he has work tomorrow. My parents both arrived back home after he left and they didn't mention anything about the cat or how the vet visit went and kind of ignored me. Later on in the night, I went to go grab some food and they were both on the couch watching TV and I said to them, "Can you guys please text my boyfriend thank you for paying for the vet bills?" And they completely lost it. My stepdad had went on about how we made that decision. They knew Cosmo was unalived if we didn't take him, and that my boyfriend didn't deserve a thank you. I got angry and started saying that it's embarrassing that they are behaving this way, and my stepdad basically kept going on about how I'm an adult now and have to suck it up. But if it was my other cat, they would have taken him to the vet immediately. I have 2 cats, they like the other one more than Cosmo. Mum went on a rant saying how they couldn't afford it anyways when they're staying at a $700 hotel this weekend and going to an expensive restaurant, bought 2 brand new cars, a trip to Sydney and concert tickets, and also going to gamble on the weekend. I was livid and just left my room and could hear them saying how they need me to move out because I was disrespectful when our cat's life was on the line, and now apparently they don't want my boyfriend over anymore because he took Cosmo to the vet. For context, I start a job next month, therefore why I had no money, and Cosmo is a 5-year-old tabby mix who has never had a seizure, so it was very distressing to see. I was a bartender that secretly made most cocktails without alcohol. Before everyone starts judging me, let me explain. When I moved to Australia as a backpacker 3 years ago, I got a job as a bartender in a restaurant. I had 0 experience with bartending, so at first I just followed the recipes. About 6 months ago, 2 really rude customers came in and ordered cocktails. Normally, when people are rude, I just let it slide because I don't care enough to bother. But that day, something in me snapped. I thought to myself, would they even notice if I didn't put any alcohol in their drinks and just added extra juice? I was sure they'd call me out, but I figured even causing them a tiny inconvenience was worth it. So I did it, sent the cocktails out, and waited for the complaint. To my surprise, it never came. That made me wonder, can customers really tell if a cocktail actually has alcohol in it? From then on, I turned it into a little social experiment. For citrusy or sour cocktails, I'd leave out the alcohol completely. For something like an espresso martini, I'd cut the alcohol in half. Of course, some drinks, like a margarita, were impossible to fake. But here's the thing. In months of doing this, not a single person complained or even noticed. So by the end of my time there, I started making drinks based on the vibe of the customer. If they were kind and polite, I'd pour extra alcohol or even accidentally swap their small beer for a large one. But if they were rude, they'd get nothing but juice in their fancy glass. I don't work there anymore, but I'm pretty sure I invented the placebo cocktail. Lying roommate revenge. I had a roommate several years ago that stiffed me on rent for 2 months. We were pretty friendly and lived near her parents and would see them every few weeks. When I decided not to live with her anymore, she told her parents she chose to move out because I had a revolving door of men in and out. Completely untrue. She didn't tell them she stiffed me on rent and utilities for 2 months. Her niece ratted her out to me because this was a pattern, apparently. She moved back home with her parents. I wrote her a letter calling her out on all of her lies and left it in her parents' mailbox intentionally in an unsealed envelope because I knew her mom collected the mail and would snoop and open it and read the truth. Got a call from her mom apologizing for her daughter's behavior. Said roommate got knocked up and to this day lives at home with her parents. My sister said I had to let her borrow my clothes, so I handed her the laundry basket. She's always taking my stuff. Clothes, shoes, whatever. Sometimes she asks. Sometimes I just find out when I see her wearing it. One day she comes in and says, "Mom said you have to let me borrow you clothes." Not even asking. Just saying it like it's a rule now. I didn't argue. I just grabbed my laundry basket and gave it to her. It was full of dirty clothes, like actual laundry. Gym shirts, socks, stuff that had been sitting there all week. She looked at it, goes, "Seriously?" I said you wanted my clothes. She left without saying anything else. Hasn't touched my stuff since. Life feeling low due to toxic parents. Life going downhill due to toxic parents. Hi, I have just entered college first year. A guy into self-improvement and academics and calisthenics gymming fitness stuff. Backstory. Healed from the trauma of fake friends, failing a class and repeating it and being ugly. Lost fat, got muscle and jawline, attention from girls, secured 5th rank in class and got certificate, made new supportive friends and blocked all old fake friends. Got out of phone addiction too. But, even after all of this, my dad always lectures me on how he doubts I'm into alcohol and how I won't be able to do anything in life because I am a failure. My mom always compares me to others and even downplays my achievements by saying, "It doesn't matter. So what? Others have done it too. What is special? You would have been nothing without me." After hours of studying, sacrificing social life, dieting and discipline and results, this is what I get. Both my parents compliment and praise strangers in front of me and give more lecture. I am not an emotional person, so I don't think of crying, but my own parents behaving like this irritates and agitates my soul. I've grown wider shoulders than all my cousins who are fat, skinny nerds. My parents say wannabe barbarian, uncultured boy doing bodybuilding, etc. My parents body shame me too. Mock me about my short height. Mock me of having muscle mass as according to them skinny fat physique is healthy. Mock my fashion sense. Mock my accent. But on the contrary, strangers compliment me and like my accent, fashion sense, and V-tapey body. I just dream of moving out and toxic parents are draining every bit of energy in me. It is becoming impossible to work hard in life and manage this. Due to financial problems, I am stuck under the same roof. I dream of moving out and eat, wear what I want. Such ungrateful parents. I feel how insecure they are as they in their life were nerds, so the moment they see I do better than them instead of support they get jealous. Unimaginable. Sometimes they will even say I wanted a girl but sighs, "God have me boy." And I am like, what the? Man, I don't know what to do but working hard believing someday this misery I didn't deserve will be over. Petty revenge on my mom. My mom fat-shamed me all my life. I developed early, got my period, boobs and hips at 10, and she decided I was fat. She was forever putting me on a diet, shopping in chubby girls instead of juniors. Decades later, when I actually gained a lot of weight after 2 successive pregnancies, she got out of control, humiliating me in public, to relatives, to my husband. When I took up running and was shedding weight very quickly, she didn't see it. At the time, I was having my suit pants altered to fit my changing shape, so my size 14 pants were tailored to a 10. When those were big on me, I brought them to my mom and said, "These don't fit me anymore, would you like them?" She was so proud of being a slim 14, but she was very upset when she told me they didn't and she must be bigger than I thought. Petty AF, but it gave me great satisfaction. Don't want to pay B for being on call? Okay, I won't be. Hey there, just wanted to share my compliance with you. It's been a few years, but I still am proud of it. Background: I worked in it in a medium-sized company. We were a team of about 20 persons, with always 2 specialists for every topic. For example, server, database and mine, network and firewalls. Due to laws in our country, we had a gentleman's agreement with our company, as Noonie could be forced to be on call pretty much 24/7 every 2 weeks, but the company needing exactly that, they paid us about €500 per month, and we would be on call, but with less harsh rules. You were supposed to call back in a larger time frame. It wasn't expected that you could start working within a specific frame, etc. The calls were not frequent, so this was okay for us. Every team was called like 2-3 times a year, so it was decent money for a psychic burden, more than for real work. The problem? I was the new one. So I worked there for several years, and my boss just left me out of the agreement. At the beginning it was okay because I wasn't called and also wasn't able to help immediately. But after 2 years, my higher boss blatantly stated, well, if there is a problem, we'll just call him, to other colleagues and my direct boss when it came to my partner going into vacations or illness. The first problem: as you might expect, I was pissed. And lo and behold, the time came and they needed help from the whole department because there was a computer problem with all systems. The higher boss didn't even have the balls to call me himself. He made one of the other colleagues do it. I answered, and it was hard to leave them hanging, but I declined, knowing everyone would have more work with less people. The solution: after being set into such a harsh spot, I chose to solve the problem myself. You don't want me on call? You won't be able to call me. I switched my mobile number, only giving it to my direct partner, who also agreed with it being unfair, like my direct boss. He would simply lie that he didn't have it either if he was asked. Everyone knew I was pissed, so they agreed with my solution. Then I turned off my home phone, which I didn't use anyway, and gave HR the number of my parents, telling them to only contact me if there was a real problem, nothing just work-related. And then I waited, and waited. The crash out and aftermath. And then my time came. Colleague was out of country on holiday. I had a nice weekend. On Monday I came in and everyone was like, everything crashed on the weekend. Turns out the firewall as main gateway had a network interface going up and down. Noon even had a login expect my colleague and me. They had to get a specialist from the support to help them, which cost them the whole weekend to solve this, meaning critical calculations didn't run as planned. I was immediately called into my boss, unfortunately not the higher one again, office. He instantly promoted me to being on call, no matter the consequences. Everything with HR and the bigger boss would be done afterwards. I just had to make sure I was on call when leaving the building this day. So I went ahead and gave them my number, and after that I was never even questioned about it again. Bonus for me? Other departments always were pissed about our free bonus money, and I was the only one who always just went ahead and told everyone I would actually give it up again if I had my personal freedom and space back. I actually prefer my space over the money. Left some years afterwards for a 8-16 job without being in the constant awareness that someone might call. The money might sound great at first, but about €3,000 per year for always having your work in the back of your head just isn't worth it for me. Hope you enjoyed my MC. Have a good one. Edit for clarification: €500 a month at about 42% tax rate. It's quite usual to make it simple and just half the initial income, so it would have been around €3,400. Nothing was split, everyone on call got the 500. Did you know you can have door privilege? I once shut a door slightly too hard as I left the house to rush to pick up my sister. My dad was home in the backyard, and in my rush, I forgot to lock the front door. My bad. I guess that then justifies my dad taking a woodcutter machine thingy to my door and going from the top to the floor and sawing it off, only leaving about 5 cms left on the hinge. Boy, I would learn it this time. See, once I slammed my door and he took it off my hinges. But then, I fixed it and put it back on when he was gone. New life skill for a 13-14-year-old. Left me with so many bruises but new knowledge. Now, at 16/17, I had a stump for a door, and it stays that way for 2 years until he gives me a new door as a Christmas present that year. I also had to resize the door, plank of wood from Bunnings, and install the doorknobs myself though. He can't make it that easy for me. The reason he waited so long to let me get a door back, even when I offered to buy it myself, was because he didn't want me sneaking boys into my bedroom, you know. Into the bedroom I share a wall with him, a wall so thin I struggled with sleeping as he snored so loudly. And then without a door, it was so much worse. I was in a long-distance relationship with someone who lived a plane ride away. I didn't even have time to socialize with school/work/driving my sister around. I used to sleep in my wardrobe some nights to feel save/have some peace. He caught me once and laughed in my face. Now that I'm out of there, I honestly just find it funny and super ridiculous. Because who TF thinks having a door is a privilege worth losing as a punishment for a child? My parents keep trying to control how I dress? Look, I love my parents. They are better than 95% of parents out there, and they never abused me or anything. Their only major fault is how controlling they are, specifically on how they think I should act and behave to not be seen as a weirdo since I have autism, despite me literally being 27 and a medical doctor. Recently, I started a residency program in a big-ass hospital to become a pathologist. Since I still live with my parents, they see me leaving for work every day, and they can't stop commenting on my clothes. I like to prioritize being comfy over being fancy, so I wear sport tennis instead of formal shoes, and sporty pants instead of formal black trousers. Which is fine, since absolutely no one in the hospital cares which clothes I wear as long as they aren't shorts/sandals. Yet my parents will keep attacking me for not wearing fancy clothes to work as if I were going to a black tie event. They will even hide my favorite comfy clothes, so I am forced to wear what they pick for me. I have to literally hide the clothes I like to wear a day before or sneak my way out of the house so they don't see me, and it has become a real nuisance. They keep claiming I am the one acting weird/wrong, but I just don't see it. Am I wrong? Auto repair shop exceeded my maximum price quote. Many years ago, I had a 1981 Ford Courier pickup that needed engine work. After meeting with a local auto repair shop that specialized in rebuilding engines, I asked if they could look at the engine and get the truck operational again. After examining the engine, he said it needed rings, valve work, plugs, plug wires, and a list of other things. I asked if he could do what he suggested for $1,000 or less. The shop owner said he could do that. We agreed on the $1,000 maximum price, and I dropped off the truck. A couple of weeks later, he called to tell me the truck was ready to pick up, and the bill was a little over $1,300. I asked what happened to my maximum limit of $1,000. He said that once they got in, they repaired a few extra things while the engine was open, upgraded some components beyond what was necessary, and believed it was worth the new price. I told him that I was only able to spend $1,000, and that is why I gave him the maximum. He said that if I didn't pay, they would keep the truck. The reason I had a $1,000 maximum was if repairs were over that, I was going to take the money and buy a newer used vehicle. After a long pause on the phone while I did some fast mental math, I told him to keep the truck and I hung up. He called back in about 3 minutes and told me to come and get the truck for $1,000. How did you manage to leave a strict Arab family and live on your own? I'm starting to lose hope. I'm 21F and I come from an Arab Muslim family that's not extremely strict in the traditional sense, but they expect me to stay home all the time, live quietly, and eventually marry someone they approve of, someone just as strict and conservative as they are. I feel like I'm slowly losing my life. I'm scared of waking up in a few years having done nothing for myself, having wasted my youth trying to please people who will never be satisfied unless I become someone I'm not. Right now, I'm trying to find a way out by studying medicine. It's the only acceptable reason they would let me live in another city. But the pressure is overwhelming. I'm currently doing another degree and I have no money. I'm completely burned out, mentally and emotionally exhausted. I'm going to start a summer job in August, and I plan to use that money to pay for therapy, because I genuinely don't think I can keep going like this much longer. I'll currently finish this degree in November, and I'll try to immediately start studying for medicine. If you come from a similar background and managed to break free, how did you do it? How did you become independent both emotionally and financially? How did you keep going when everything felt so hopeless? If anyone wants to stay in touch or offer advice, I'd be so grateful. And if you have a story that can give me hope, please share it. I've lost mine. The dude, eventually, abides. Hey party people, it's your boy Troy. Nah, JK was trying a thing it sounded awkward moving on. I'm working in the deli in Scottsdale, Arizona, where the customers are weird and the employees are non-existent. It's a busy day because of this fact. A customer comes up with his hands on his hips like Superman. You know that way that customers try to let you know they've been waiting a long, any amount of time? Some do the, I'm a little teapot with one hand on hip, some find their arms. Not this guy. He acts like he walked into the second hand of a Hims commercial minus the smile. I eventually get to him among the sea of tasks and other customers on the other side of the deli, slicers, and he huffs. Why do you only have 3 spicy strips left? You guys ain't prepared at all. And he puffs. How are you the only person here? Which was more accusatory than the remorseful or showing pity, etc. And he just about blows my patience in when I realize that by the time I've rung up / weighed out his chicken strips that I hit the wrong tear weight, significantly affecting the price. In figu up red. Oh well, I'm only losing $4. I'd pay twice as much to have this transaction over. Before I can say anything, Shirley Temple, sassy Superman, literally spits out, "That's the wrong price, dude. How about you reweigh it the right way? You got it." Enter MC. I knew full well that when I reweighed it and properly did the correct rare weight, it was going to be a bigger price. I accidentally hit 0.4 for rare weight, not 0.005. It made the chicken $7 more by the time the tag printed out. He was not happy. What the hell, the price was $5.99 on sale, and you had it at $7, there's no way, no fucking way. I explained to him that I originally did make a mistake, but I accidentally hit a large tear weight that made your chicken significantly cheaper, but this is the correct sale price now. Sorry for the mix-up. He crumpled back into the sea of demanding customers who all seemed fairly entertained. Who am I kidding? Half the people didn't even notice. But for me, it was a great moment in an otherwise brutal day so far. Would you like to add the device to your home? Sure. About 5 years ago, I was in a place that shared a wall with a neighbor who would play music loud after 11 p.m., have loud arguments with friends, let his dog crap on the patch of grass outside my path, park his car in the visitor bay so nobody else could park close by, etc. Total jerk. You get the idea. I'd asked him many times to keep the noise down, but he'd reply, "Everyone is noisy round here, chill." One day I was turning on my smart light in my lounge when the app came up with a notification. New device detected. Fancy brand portable aircon unit. Would you like to add the device to your home? Well, bearing in mind my lounge is right next to his, there's only one asshole neighbor this device belongs to. So I clicked yes. No further questions. I apparently now have full access to this asshole's aircon unit. Catching. So I plotted my revenge. At the time, I was getting up for work at 3 a.m. Asshole had gone to sleep at 1 a.m. I think 3 a.m. is the perfect time to set it to full blast 16C cool air, 61F. By the time I got to work at 6 a.m., I'd noticed it was back in quiet mode. What a shame. Set back into full blast 16C, as noisy as possible. I kept this up for about 2 weeks. Shortly after, I noticed an ad up on our neighborhood Facebook group for a faulty aircon unit, collect for free outside my next door's address. It would be rude not to take it. Although I still endure occasionally noisy evenings, my nights have been so much cooler recently. You gave me the wrong food? I will throw up all over your golden throne. I will start by saying this happened when I was 16, so about 15 years ago. I cannot eat red meat, pork, fish, or melons. Nothing to do with the religion, but I get really bad stomachache from eating those, and with meat, I will start throwing up violently pretty much straight away. Everyone in my family and friend circle knows it, as that's something that has been happening since I was a toddler. I am fine with bird meat and seafood. Now I have a friend who comes from a very wealthy family. I'll call her Anna. We were celebrating her 15th birthday, and because of this, her dad was having a BBQ over at his new house. Bear in mind, I know Anna and her family since Anna was 9, and when she was 14, she was practically living with me and my family, as we went to the same school and were into same hobbies, and her family would also come round for food, BBQs, every other weekend with my family, basically adults drinking and having fun, so they are perfectly aware of what I can and can't eat. Their new house is about 1.5 hours drive from my parents' house, as it is located out of the city and is by the lake. Before the BBQ started, Anna's dad showed the house as he helped to build it, and he was really proud of the golden throne he has in one of the bathrooms. It is a toilet that is stylized as a golden throne. I do not know if it was actually golden or not. I was 16 and had no idea of a difference. He has specified how we shouldn't use it or play with it, as it cost a lot of money and is basically his toy. The throne is downstairs and is in the closest bathroom to the outside. There is another one, but it is significantly further away and you have to go through some other rooms to get to it. Now, as we were all underage, he was cooking the meat for the BBQ. He put some white meat in front of my plate, which I assumed was chicken since I've only tried pork as a toddler and never had it after my reaction to it, so I have no idea how it tastes or looks like. Upon tasting it, I have mentioned it tastes weird and the texture is weird, but I was assured by him that it is chicken. Halfway through, my stomach starts to hurt like hell, and I can finally click that something is wrong, as it wouldn't react this way to chicken. At the same time noticing my reaction, the father admits it was pork. I get up and start running through the doors as I feel I am about to throw up, and of course end up in the bathroom with the throne, where I continue to be violently sick. My friend runs after me, followed by her dad. Her dad is clearly not happy about me destroying his throne, so he is starting to tell me off. I of course don't hear him, as I am still sick. My friend has a full-on go at her dad, saying he shouldn't have fed me pork. Her dad tries to brush it off, saying he thought I was just picky, as that's what Anna told him. I managed to just half say asking for my parents to pick me up as my stomach hurts, before getting into another passionate hug with the golden throne. It took my parents about an hour to get to me. They were doing some shopping in IKEA nearby, and my dad might have broken a few speed limit laws. And all this time I was occupying the bathroom. My mother was furious and was in full-on attack mode on my friend's dad, calling him all sorts of names and saying how dangerous it is, as I might end up in the hospital and will have a few miserable days ahead of me. The dad was trying to say I am fine now, but just before getting into the car I felt another wave coming, and since I was not expecting it, I threw up all over him. My mom laughed it, but also turned to Anna and said she won't feel comfortable with letting me staying with her or celebrating anything with Anna's dad around due to what happened, and she also doesn't think I would want to once I am older. This made Anna upset, as it was her birthday, so she ended up having a go at her dad as well. I haven't been around their place since. I did spend a few days in bed with stomach pain and had a doctor's visit to make sure I am not totally fucked with Anna's dad footing the bill for the out-of-hours call-out. We don't live in the US, so it was about $50–70 price-wise. Me and Anna ended up falling apart a few years after, as she started to feel I was responsible for ruining her birthday and tried to plot pointless revenge schemes. I love seeing myself naked. For context, I'm a 20-year-old guy. Whenever I get the chance, I drop my pants and admire myself in the mirror. This could be at home, in a bathroom at a friend's house, a public bathroom if it's empty, or even a change room. I'm straight, but there's something about seeing my flaccid that just feels so right and fills me with confidence. I'm endowed and hang well, but I don't know if that matters. I could not care less for other dudes, but I love seeing my own cock. It's become sort of a thing I just do without thinking now. First thing I do when going into a bathroom is drop my shorts and check myself out in the mirror. If I'm feeling down, it turns my mood right around. I don't think this is something narcissistic or the like, as it's just between me and myself. I don't go around parading myself. Won't let your soldier overseas. Enjoy the paperwork. I heard this story from my great-granddad. I'll call him Alan from now on, as that's his name, and I don't want to repeat great-granddad, from when he was in the army back in the 60s. Now, on one of the first days after everyone got settled in, the army had to assign where everyone was going, as in what part of the country each soldier was going to. Now, before giving each one their assigned places, the sergeants asked if anyone wanted to go overseas to serve over there, and out of the 20 people there, 4 people put their hands up, to which the sergeant explained what form to get and what to fill out to explain they wanted to go overseas. Somehow, out of that 20, instead of 4 going overseas, 16 went. But Alan wasn't one of them, so he went up to his commander to ask why he wasn't going overseas despite him filling out the form, to which the commander replied with something of Alan not being on the list to being overseas and trying to dismiss him. Basically, translated from army talk is, I don't know and don't care, now fuck off. So after hearing this, Alan was upset. So he went into the building that handles all the forms. Luckily, the receptionist knew Alan and was happy to see him. But when he learnt what happened with the overseas form, the receptionist gave him some valuable information that was, word for word, it's your given right to send as many forms as you like without getting written up. With this newfound knowledge, Alan grabbed a new form, filled it out and sent it up the chain of command, and when it came back to him it read, denied. So Alan went back, filled out another form, and set it up again. After some time of the back and forward of filling out the forms and getting denied, he was called into the commander's office, where Alan was promptly chewed out for making all these forms despite them getting denied, and how Alan has been wasting the commander's time as these were forms that had to be properly viewed, where it took some time to overlook it, and stopping him from going over important documents and files, and the commander said that if one more form came onto his desk, Alan would be written up, and, insert threat here that you'd expect from the army. Upset, Alan walked out of the office. Thinking about what he could do, he had a realization that he can't be written up for making these forms as it was his right to do so he headed straight to the building to get the form, filled it out again, and set it off. The next day, he was called in again. A little nervous but determined, he went into the office, where he saw the commander, clearly unimpressed, upset and angry, holding up the form saying, "If I accept this, will you stop sending all of these forms?" Where Alan quickly replied yes, to which the commander slams the stamp with a big green word, accept edit. Turns out Alan, my great-granddad, is well into his 90s, so this story is more like in the late 40s/early 50s. I didn't know how old he was before, so I had to shoot in the dark of when this story took place, so hopefully this'll correct the timeline of whatever the army did back then. I've been in love with my best friend for a long time, and I didn't even realize. So I've 18F, known my best friend, also 18F, almost my whole life, since pre-K. We go to the same school. We didn't become best friends until 8th grade, but I always thought she was interesting. She's this super shy girl, but when me and her are together, she comes out of her shell. But we do fight a lot, and she's kind of a jealous type. She also has BPD. She gets upset at me a lot, BC. She thinks I'm mad at her for the smallest thing, or I'm going to replace her. She'd never had the best self-esteem. And we had a similar small fight a couple days ago, and I was telling her that I think about her so much, I could never replace her. I think about her so much I thought at one point I might like her. And then she said, "Well, do you?" And that turned into a conversation I was not expecting. Turns out she likes me like that. But I just broke up with my GF of 2 years, and also she was in denial of being bi. I think we fought so much because she was crushing on me but didn't know how to express it, and I was deep in denial like, oh, we're just besties. And now I'm realizing all the I love yous over the past few years might have not been completely platonic. I think I've been in love with her too for maybe at least a year or two, but I'm just so goddamn oblivious. This is so hard to think about, but I needed to get it off my chest. She'd coming to my graduation party Saturday, so we're going to try kissing and go from there, IG. Don't touch that valve! Okay. Sorry in advance, this may be a little long. Also sorry for any punctuation errors. English is my first language, lol. Back in the early 2000s, I was a concrete mixer driver. Mostly I drove a front mixer, which means the high end of the barrel and the opening is in the front, because the driver has so much control over the concrete pouring operation. While I pour, I can start a stop, control the flow. I sit rather high so I can better see the job site. I can also easily move the truck while pouring, and I can hydraulically move the chute left-right, up/down. So, they are more desired. Mostly because the crew receiving the load can use less people than with a cheaper rear truck. Keep in mind the concrete load is batched in the plant and loaded in the truck straight away for delivery. As the ingredients start to harden, the mix heats up. The longer the mix is in the truck, the more the concrete heats up and starts to set. 2 ways to slow this down is to slow the rotation to the slowest speed, reducing friction, and add water to cool the load. Typically, you want to pour the load within an hour of being batched. One day I poured a job and ended up with about 4 cubic yards of concrete left over. Normally I would take this back to the yard and pour it in large block forms, to make large 1 cubic yard interlocking blocks to be sold for retaining walls. However, this day there was a contractor close by where I was that needed a little more concrete to finish a basement floor in a new construction home. Great thanks, dispatch. We have a truck not too far away from you with extra concrete that we will sell you at a discount. Contractor agrees because it saves him money, and he does not have to wait. So, I head there. Once on site, I set up really quick, check my load, and add water as needed to get a good flow. I pour for a little bit, and the contractor asks for more water. Here's the thing. My load is over 2 hours old right now, and it is heating up fast. It needs more water, more often, to remain fluid. The water evaporates out quickly and the concrete gets thicker. Each of our trucks carry 300 gallons of water used for the concrete and cleaning the truck when done. Under the water tank there is a main shut-off valve. Below that is a pipe that runs to the cab, with another valve, then up to the barrel to water the load. 2 more valves for the upper and lower water hoses, and 1 more for a drain to the ground. All these, except for the barrel valve, are located outside the truck behind the cab. The contractor gets angry that I have to stop often to add water. Remember, the load is old by concrete standards. As a concrete contractor, he should know that. He comes up to me and says, "Open the barrel valve and add water." Nowhere near that nice. Then he says, "Do not touch that valve again. Leave it open and I will control the water." Again, nowhere near that nice. Now mix that up and start pouring. What he is doing is shutting off the main valve from the outside when he decides there is enough water. Malicious compliance. He comes out 2 more times and adds water. Finally, as they get close to being done, some of the extra guys on the crew come up, open the main valve, grab my hose and start washing their tools. Because they opened the main valve, they are also adding water to the barrel. Now I am not to touch the barrel valve, so I don't. I don't say a word. I don't touch the valve. The barrel line dumps 1 gallon of water per second. Just over a minute later, about 70 gallons of water rush down the chute and in the basement. The contractor comes out of the basement screaming, comes up to me and he says, "What is your problem?" I said, "I don't have a problem. The problem is you thought you could do my job and yours and you can't. Now you have a problem." As I finished cleaning the truck, he was calling every number for my company to complain. When I got back to the yard, the plant manager wanted to know what happened. After I explained the situation, I found out the company as a whole has had an issue with this contractor. I never heard anything about it, nor did I ever see that contractor again. Mow your lawn wet? Okay, enjoy the look when it dries. I had a pretty successful lawn mowing hustle in high school, with enough regulars to have a decent income. Sometimes it just rains every inconvenient day, and lawns get longer and longer. Most customers understood that they needed to be patient and wait until it's dry enough to mow, but not this one guy. He was on the cutting edge of impatience, and in a moment of dullness, he insisted I come and deal with this because it was too long, even though it had continued to rain even on the same day. I told him, this is not going to go well, but he insisted, So I got out there and did the best I could, with wet, soggy grass clumping up all over the place. If you know anything about this, you know that mowing thick, wet grass with a push mower tends to just lay the grass over and not really cut it. So you can imagine what it looked like after 2 dry days. The house was on a busy corner of the neighborhood, so until I could get to a week later, it looked like a troop of drunken monkeys had attacked his lawn with scissors. It looked much worse than if he'd just waited until it was dry. The only thing I felt bad about was that everyone knew that was my work, so I made sure to make it look super nice as soon as I could do it properly. When the metric becomes the target, a cautionary tale on being careful what you measure. This happened about 8 years ago, when I was still working for a North American Class 1 railroad. I worked in IT, specifically in a department whose primary role was to generate metrics and regulatory reporting for the Surface Transportation Board and their ilk. Most of our measures were inward-facing, though, covering such things as volume, dwell, revenue, and productivity. This story involves a problematic dashboard in the last category, specifically a measure of the productivity of our unionized office workers. The managers loved it because it gave them a weekly graph of who needed corrective punishment for underperforming. Our toxic CEO of the day was all about punishment. They even had quotas to meet. It was in regards to this last one that, I'll call him B, made the short walk across to our building so that he could ask me about the metric. He'd just come from an uncomfortable meeting with his direct manager, who showed him how he was the lowest performing employee on their graph, by a wide margin. His manager told him to pick up the pace, or he'd face potential repercussions, possibly even a 1-week suspension. B came to me because he knew I had access to the back end of the metrics, and he wanted to know what they were measuring him on because he was never not busy. Some important background on B is that he was a very senior, conscientious employee. He had as much experience as the rest of his group combined, and he came to me because we went back about 20 years from my time in the union before I moved to IT. The job of their group was to work the queue, that is, go into the failure queue of events that had cacked for one reason or another, resolve the issue, and allow the automated functions to flow properly. A couple of trivial examples would be a train lift failing because the cars had not been properly reported into the customer's track, or, conversely, they'd been reported in, but the customer had not electronically released them out yet. Because he had so much experience, B took it upon himself to hand-pick the really messy, time-consuming ones from the queue, ones where somebody had backdated events, and it took some faffing about to figure out what was wrong and what needed to be fixed, or where a conductor took all the paperwork home and forgot to update this tablet with the switching that he'd done. Basically, if it was something that might require phone calls and deep research, he would deal with it rather than let inexperienced folks struggle with it. I pulled up a pre-production version of the dashboard and scrolled through the source code to find the important bits. We discovered that it was looking for clusters of specific event types reported under an employee's user ID with at least a 2-minute gap between the clusters. He was puzzled over the last requirement, but I explained that it was so that a single train being processed would only count as one event. It might take a few minutes to fix the train, but the reporting was at the car level, and as long as no more than 2 minutes elapsed between the report on one car and the next, it would all count as a single incident to the dashboard. So it doesn't look at how many records you handle, only that they happen more than 2 minutes apart? He paused for a moment before adding, "That's really dumb. They don't care about complexity? They're seriously just counting how many times a person clicks OK? Somebody could game that pretty easily if they wanted." He walked away without saying anything else, but I could see the mental gears turning. He came back to me a couple of weeks later to give me the good news. He'd gone from being the most underperforming person in his group to being their top employee by just as big a margin. "It's great," he told me. "Forget all the complicated shit. I'm just grabbing the biggest trains from the queue. I work one screen of cars, then sit back and drink my coffee for exactly 3 minutes before I process the next. I finally have time to complete the crossword puzzle in my paper." Sadly, the company attributed his miraculous turnaround to their draconian discipline practices, and never clued in that while their numbers went up, their actual productivity had tanked a bit. The only real consequence to him was that his job became a lot easier, and he got to slide into retirement on a high note. Not sure if this is the right place. IDK if this is the right place to be posting this, but IDK what I'm doing wrong. I am having a hard time getting along my family, specifically my mother and father, and every day is something new where I just want to get away and disappear. IF22 am a nursing student who currently lives at home, and I find it that I have really stressful days when my parents are home from work, especially my mom since she tries to spend more time me, and today is one of those days. I usually have issues with her BC. She either complains to me about her and my dad's relationship and marriage, or even my brother and my sister-in-law, they live with us, or she'll start nagging, I guess, about what I should do while my life. She'll even tell me how she's depressed and tired and blah blah blah. She works so hard and is tired all the time. I get that she doesn't really have anyone else to talk to, but I fear that I'm falling into depression because of this and I have no one to bring it up to. If I bring it up to her, she'll be like, "What do you have to be depressed about?" and starts blaming me and my family for her feelings and whatnot. Anyways, what made me want to post here was specifically today. I came home from my nursing simulation, and I decided to sit down in the dining room and eat a snack, and she decided to join me, and we somehow got into the conversation about when I graduate and how much money I'm going to be making the first year of nursing school. And she was like, "I expect you to make $250K the first year." And I told her I don't want to do 80-hour work weeks just to make a huge sum of money the first year BC that's going to cause me to get burnt out. And she was like, "What do you mean burnt out? You're young." And I was like, "Well, look at you. You are burnt out." And she was like, "No, I'm not." And I ended up saying that I don't think she understands what burnt out means. And I told her that she is burnt out considering she is exhausted coming home from work and is exhausted on her days off and then repeats that cycle. That she doesn't do anything on her days off because she's so tired or complains that she's exhausted from doing a simple task. I regret the way I said things, BC. I didn't mean it in a way that I'm calling her lazy BC. She's not, but I think that's how she took it. And then she proceeded to tell me that I ruined her day off and that I can never have a conversation while you out arguing or having an attitude. I feel so guilty every time I get overly angry, BC. I don't mean to, but for lack of a better term, I feel like she's rage baiting me every day. I get so frustrated and I get defensive and snap. And now I'm here crying BC of this and IDK if I should go and apologize. Part of me wants to apologize, but another part of me is tired for always feeling that way considering she never apologizes to me or expects too much from me. She always expects me to help her applying to new jobs, creating her resumes, going shopping her, hanging out with her, cleaning the house with her, just spending time in general. I don't even have my own friends except my boyfriend, which I don't want to burden him all these complaints all the time. I want to move out as soon as I can afford to. But then I'm worried that it's going to make our relationship worse. BC, she is going to see it as if I'm abandoning her. Not only that, but in my culture it's seen as taboo to move out being married. I haven't been the best child by any means, but I'm getting tired. IDK if I'm allowed to seek advice here, but I feel like I could use it. And I'm sorry that if this is the wrong place to post this. My EM tries to backseat my job interviews. Anyone else dealt with this? I'm trying to become a teacher, and my mother has desperately tried backseating the process, despite never spending a day in a classroom. She has been told my cousin, who has taught for 20 years, to sit down. Despite everything, I've been able to get offers. What I don't like is her trying to pick what works for me and what has good benefits. I don't mind having input, but I don't like when I'm treated like an idiot by my own mother despite being 32 with a master's degree. Anyone else? Edit. Hey guys, thanks for the comments, but a few things. 1. I live with her and I am set to get the house down the road. 2. I do work a job already. I do want to move out, but not sure of doing that since I'm going to get the house. She just drove me around to help me get my drug test and background check done after all. 3. I should do better telling her everything, but some advice has been good. But I have been leaning on my cousin during this process. He is the actual teacher after all. 4. I ended up getting a better paying job. I also got a couple of job offers too. So despite her trying to backseat, I got a lot of offers for job, or people offering me to take the next step of the process. 5. Thanks for your feedback. I want to reply to all of the comments, but Reddit isn't letting me for some odd reason. Sabotaged the sabotage. Several years ago, I was trying to learn a new role at work. The problem was that my training solely depended on someone who really didn't want to train me. For context, she was kind of an awful person and would intentionally try to sabotage people to make herself look better. When I would try to initiate shadowing with her, she would, in a falsely friendly voice, chirp, "I don't have anything for us to work on right now, but we'll be sure to let you know when I do." However, days later, she would complete projects that she could have been using to train me. This went on for a few weeks, so I gave her a call to follow up. Clearly, this time our boss was sitting in the room with her, because then, speaking loudly and slowly to me like I was a howler monkey instead of a coworker, she says, "Now, you know I told you that any time you are free, that you need to come to my office so that I can train you. So not only am I not getting the training I'm supposed to be getting, but now she's making me look irresponsible and lazy." She had management charmed, and I was a chicken, so there was no seeking direct help from them. Instead, I decided to put matters into my own hands. The next morning I came in extra early, conveniently borrowed a chair from my boss's office so he would know what I was planning to do, and plopped it right down next to her desk and waited for her to arrive. When she came in, I gave her the biggest smile and said, "I have great news. My supervisor turned me loose and said that I was free to shadow you all day, every day for the foreseeable future. So I figured I would go ahead and be ready to go so I didn't miss a thing. Isn't that awesome?" This woman was completely horrified, then was pretty icy to me for several days after, because I not only interrupted her paid online shopping time, but also thwarted her attempts to keep me from learning anything. It has been nearly a decade since then, but it is one of the most deliciously petty things I have ever done. Was petty to an old boss. Warning, this involves deaths me dying. I work healthcare. Okay, this happened many years ago when I worked at a family-owned nursing home. My uncle was on life support following a triple or quad bypass, I can't remember. What led to him on life support was an infection they didn't catch until too late. Now my aunt wanted all her family there and called me at work to come to the hospital that was 2 HRS away from me and say goodbye. So I go to my boss and tell her what is going on, and her reply to me was, "It's just an uncle." Welp, I ended up getting fired for not wanting to commit fraud for her and got a job at the local hospital a few years later. A few years into working at the local hospital, her uncle is dying from old age, and she is outside the door of his room. I look at her and pat her shoulder and say, "It's just an uncle," and I walk off and go do my charting as I was the aide taking care of him. For the past few months, I've been taking a 2-hour nap at work almost every day. This not a work-at-home situation. So I'm not setting my comm channels to "in a meeting" and hoping into bed. I essentially have no supervision. I'm on a special project that has a manager for the project, but we are still under our regular first-line manager. The project's purpose affects my first-liner's metrics. As long as I head off a few headaches and keep wasted asset allocation under control, I stay on the project. I can usually clear through my daily assignment by 10 a.m. From 10 to about noon, I'm sleeping. I then take a second and third pass after that. By 330, I'm done. Some days I'll even work ahead another day, or I'll assist one of the other project team members load. We are each assigned a specific sector, and some have a backup to cover days off, while others don't. My assignment is smaller than others. We each have our own system. Some of the others don't like it if you mess with theirs. The pool for extra work is often limited, so I'm not screwing anyone. I'm doing such a good job. The cries that I be replaced by someone who thinks they deserve it. BC, they have a higher seniority, are being ignored. Even on the days I make a significant contribution, I still find time for a nap. Sometimes it's just an hour. We started working off a new process that requires no interaction from the manager of the special project to generate our work. The old system, he had to open it to our view from our various access terminals, and that included conference calls on Teams a few days a week. He hasn't checked in on us once in at least 2 months. He still manages his main team at the same time as us. No headaches for him, and he gets hang already being the manager of a special project to hang on his door. He gets to avoid the other additional assignments. I'm the only who works mobile off a laptop. The rest of our members are office-bound. I find a hitting spot and zonk out. Sometimes it's on rarely used company-owned assets. I wonder if anyone can figure out what I do. I work in an absolutely unique corporate structure. Entitled parents at the supermarket demand a discount. This one happened a few weeks back. Moral of the story is some people need to read the labels better. For reference entitled mum, entitled dad, S1 son 1. Those entitled parents had two sons, S2 son 2, me boss my amazing boss, Nigel. It started in the morning, I was at the till and this happened. Edie, these 6 please me. Of course, that will be £5.78 please. Excuse me, but I did the maths. It's buy 2, get 1 free, so it's £4 exactly. Me, sorry, it's only the cheapest that is free. So you have 4 £1 meals and 2 £1.89 meals. That means you get 2 £1 meals free, not the £1.89 ones. S1, hurry up, I'm hungry. S2, make him go faster. Ed, listen here, make it go faster or we're going to have some issues. Dad's name, calm down. Nigel enters as swift as a tiger and as intelligent as an owl boss. What's going on here? Me. They don't understand the prices for the deals, Ed. Look, just give it to us this time. £4, not £5.78 me. I can't do that. Boss. Steely Nigel. Glare he can't. Pay the correct price or go back and swap the items until you're happy. The family grumbled, but did actually pay and leave. The mum even said thanks. Petty, entitled, but at least they paid. Working at a supermarket can be exhausting. I have always struggled to tell the truth. I am a 28F who has always struggled to be truthful. I have a partner 30M who is the total opposite and has caught me out in a many lies over the years, which has obviously caused him a lot of upset. However, we have talked this through and he forgives me and understands that complex childhood experiences have led me to be this way. Although he has forgiven me, I know I have caused really deep pain in this man, so much that it's affected his mental well-being. Looking back, I've actually taken advantage of how much he loves me, because I have always known deep down he will forgive me, hence why I have still lied. Not about major things, never infidelity, but stupid little lies. It's like I have a compulsion to say anything but the truth, like the truth is difficult. I deeply want to change this aspect about myself, for him, our relationship, and myself. I scare myself at how much of a good liar I am, and how it can just be so off the tongue to lie. With work done over the years, it still requires effort to repress the urge to lie before naturally telling the truth. I am actually very envious of people who have the ability to just be honest. I really hate this quality about myself and deeply want to change. Does anyone have any advice or experience something similar? If this post disgusts you and you hate what I've said because I'm a liar, then please share your thoughts and comments too, because I feel I need to hear things raw. I'm not out for pity or people being sympathetic and soft with me. I just need to hear it all raw. If anyone has any spiritual or religious takes on this that can give me perspective or teach me something, I'd be very grateful. Thanks. Most people I know always notice that there is something off about me, and I want to get this off my chest. 1. I was hanging out with my friends and one of them randomly said, "Everything you do scares me. What are you hiding?" He tried saying it in a joking way, but I could tell that he was suspicious. 2. Another time when I was hanging out with my friends, we were all walking heading to McDonald's and I was distracted and I was looking ahead. One of my other friends looked at me and he was obviously creeped out. He said, "You look and something else that I couldn't remember. 3. I was playing Minecraft with my cousin and he randomly asked me, "Are you a sociopath?" I don't think I'm a sociopath at all. I'm too emotional to be one. 4. I was talking to one of my uncle's friends and he said, "Does everyone else fall for your bullshit too?" 5. I was talking to my mom and she said that she thinks that my favorite color is blue. I said it was yellow, and she said, "Only people who are crazy or really smart like the color yellow." 6. My cousin's psychologist kept looking at me with suspicion. I thought it was a coincidence, but he never took his eyes off me. 7. The psychologist at my old school looks at me with the same suspicion. I just want to know if anyone else relates or any advice on how to better hide myself if there is something off about me. I'd like to know what it is. Update on, of course, I'll move offices again. Well, I'm back to give you all an update. Brief summary. My boss made me move offices 3 times in a week. The final move resulted in me not having access to a phone line. Here's a link. The original post is below. Now, to the fallout. After I moved my office for the final time, I began rage applying to jobs. I happened to find one that is almost exactly what I was doing with a competitor, and I applied and within 24 hours had an interview, and a week and a half later, I secured an offer letter with a $15K raise walking in the door. Woo me! I gave my company notice, and the CEO, the jackass that pulled the office power trip, decided to terminate my employment immediately. So now there is no one in the company that has any idea how to do what I did, and no one to train anyone they bring in. I talked to my new employer and moved my start date up a week. I'm out of a toxic environment, and the company I worked for shot themselves in the foot. Karma is a thing, man. Original post. Update 1. I thought about it and emailed the appropriate muckety-mucks so they couldn't jam me up for not doing my job and not telling them what was up. I have a whoopsie email chain now. The earliest the issue will be fixed is Wednesday. And my counterpart in a different office starts vacation tomorrow, so I'm not sure who will get stuck with the phones. Original post. I thought I would share my in-progress malicious compliance at work. A little backstory. My office is an old residential building converted to a flex space, so the interior layout is quirky at best. When I started, my office was in the space that used to be a closet. To say I had very little workspace is an understatement. Fast forward to last week. Remodeling has been done and staff moved around, and I have been told I will have a legit office now. Awesome, right? Wrong. The decision comes down today: no office for me, after I had already moved into said office. I have to swap with a coworker that has an open design workspaces. Said coworker does not want an office. We are told it doesn't matter what we want, we have to change. Now cue the malicious compliance. I move desks, but I don't have an office phone. Well, I do, but it goes to nothing. There is no phone line jack, etc. anywhere near the part of the building I am now located. Did I mention that a not insignificant part of my job is answering the phone, and if I don't, the phone starts ringing to all the company extensions. So now we are playing a game called How Long Before the People That Are Smarter Than Me Figure Out They Made a Big Mistake. Need to vent a little about my loneliness. Hi, I don't know if this considered normal or I can say it's a confession, but I can't have a relationship with a girl. I tried online apps, but either I don't get matches or I get ghosted later. And in real life, I can't approach girls because when I try, a lot of ideas hit me so hard. 1. I need to have a stable job so I can provide to my woman. 2. Fear of being rejected. 3. Fear of intimidating the girl and make her feel uncomfortable if me as a stranger just come from nowhere and talk to her. I live in a paradox. I need a woman in my life because I want to give love and have someone I can share my life and be everything to me. But at the same time, I don't have enough resources to marry and provide for her. That loneliness I live because beside work, I don't have anyone to talk with. I use all my naughty's energy at masturbating and trying to forget that feeling, but I doesn't. It gets stronger. Writing all of this made me feel better. Wish I can hear from you guys. Thanks. Former boss disputed work history 6 months after I left, so I blew up his phone with spam. Few years ago, I was working at a corporate job and had a very significant unaliving in the family, my grandfather, that I needed to take time off to go handle. I needed to help with the estate and honestly, just grieve. We were very close. I asked my manager to use emergency PTO and it was denied. I asked to go on FMLA instead and it was also denied, saying that grandparents didn't qualify. I told him I wouldn't be able to come in for at least a couple of weeks while I flew down to Florida to attend the funeral and help with the estate. They told me if I did that, I would be terminated. So they terminated me and even had the gall to offer me 2 weeks of severance in exchange for signing an NDA, a gag order, and an indemnity clause, which means I wouldn't be able to sue them. I wouldn't be able to talk smack about them to others or online. You get the idea. Of course, I refused. That conversation took place on August 1st. On my LinkedIn profile, I listed that I worked there from my start date to the beginning of August. The company dated my termination for the 31st of July. They said they had to do with benefits or something. Fast forward to January. I was up early with my 6-week-old newborn. I got a LinkedIn notification that my former manager viewed my profile. Few minutes later, I got an email from LinkedIn that my employment at that company was being disputed. He disputed the difference between the 31st of July and the 1st of August. LinkedIn ignored my dispute of the report and removed the company experience from my profile entirely. Not to mention that when I did repost the experience, it would no longer be verified by LinkedIn because I would have to verify through a company email address, which I no longer had. The absolute gall of this guy. And seriously? You're thinking about me 6, almost 7 months later? So I found his home address online. I had his personal cell phone number in my phone, and I also found his personal and work email address. I signed him up for as much spam as I possibly could find. Not just that, I went to every moving company and real estate agency in the area, asking to be put in contact with an agent saying that I was looking for a house for $800,000 and moving companies to give quotes for a cross-country move. I gave those websites every contact information I had for him, something that would really excite anyone getting that kind of sales lead. A former coworker in the same department told me that his phone was blowing up for days, both his work and personal cell. His role was client-facing, so he couldn't just ignore phone calls. I don't know if he ever figured out that it was me who did that, but those calls would have started pouring in within an hour of his report to LinkedIn. Screw that guy. The lowest years of my life was 27, 28, but some remarkable things happened before my eyes. I met my whore, and then my wife. The lost point of the first half of my life was at 27. I was emotional and spiritually broken, but I persisted with some school program, even though I preferred not. At the practicum, I met a Kelly. She was an international master's student, also doing a practicum. We made herself available to me after a week. I invited her to watch a movie, but she had other ideas. She hates her dad. We used each other for a naughties relationship, expressing our disdain for life by naughties, alcohol, and drugs. We hated each and fucked each other up. I later found out she had a fiancé, and then another boyfriend, and also app encounters on the side. She was going through a phase. I was one among many, I learned. After the practicum, I went abroad for work, earning not great money and not great experience. But I could do my digital hustle at the point. There, I would meet the person who would become my wife. I was her first big attraction to a person. We got to know each other well through long walks after work. I left and we didn't keep in touch until she reached out to me years later. I was, again, at a low point in my life, but a comfortable one. She texted me from a foreign number, so I didn't pick up. I FaceTimed back, and it was her. We got in touch in Southeast Asia, and I asked her to marry me. It was like we found the safe, comfortable person in the world that we were looking for the whole time being. Married in the Middle East, living in Northern America. Wife is committed and whore is willing. Is it normal? My dad slaps my bum? Hello? I'd like to know if this is normal or weird or if I'm being dramatic. I am a 22-year-old woman. My dad has slapped my bum since I was a child. He'd do it as a punishment when I was a kid, and now he does it casually for fun. The thing is, he's not stopped doing it even now that I am an adult. I'll be honest, I can't tell if it's weird or not. I don't know if he's just doing it to be affectionate/silly, but I don't like it. TBF, I do still live with my family, and everyone does still treat me like I'm 14. He'll do it sometimes if I walk past him. He does it mostly when I'm walking up the stairs in front of him, so I've always tried to quickly run up the stairs before he can touch me because it makes me uncomfortable. I will say that I have 2 brothers similar in age to me, and he does not do this to them. I feel too awkward to tell him I don't like it. I know that sounds lame, but he can be pretty intimidating. I do love him and respect him, but if I'm being completely honest, I feel a little awkward around him. Also, recently, a few times he's yanked my hair from behind, like pulled it back and tugged on it. I feel bad for even questioning this, and I would like some brutal honesty and objectivity, please, because maybe I am in the wrong for even thinking this. But is it weird? Or is this normal? No trees, = more trees. Okay, so this happened a couple years ago, and I'm praying this person doesn't find this post. IDK how much they're on Reddit or this sub. Anyway, so let's go back to the summer of 23. I was into Minecraft at the time, still am actually, and had joined a realm with a bunch of friends, including someone who I considered my best friend at the time. My BSF and I settle on top of a cherry blossom mountain with me on a flat area and them in a divot. I chopping trees and replanting them, building my house, making the area prettier, etc. One thing to note about cherry blossom trees is that they drop about 50 million saplings from one tree. I also planted a couple other things around my house, like spruce saplings and I believe bamboo, just things that would be easily accessible to farm. Well, I hopped off and then logged on a day or two later. My BSF was also on and told me that they moved the spruce trees that I had planted because they clashed with the cherry blossom trees. So now, you had to go halfway down the mountain to get spruce wood. Well, that annoyed me because I hate people touching and moving my stuff without permission. I didn't argue, though. I just said okay and moved on about my business. That didn't last too long. After a couple minutes, I decided to be petty. For anyone who doesn't know, if you plant spruce saplings in a 2x2 square, they grow into a massive tree and change the blocks surrounding it into a different type of dirt, essentially. I collected a few spruce saplings, planted them, bone mealed them to speed up the growing, and logged off. Unfortunately, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for my friend. Apparently, I've made many mistakes in our friendship that weren't communicated to me, but that's a different story. And we've since stopped being friends, but gosh, that little act of pettiness made me so happy in the moment. Meet the new boss. Had a coworker who was a total penoid. Everyone in the office, and I mean everyone, couldn't stand him. Let's call him Dick. Our company, about 50 employees, was sold, and when it was announced, there was also a printed announcement distributed, informed us that the new owner would be hosting an evening event at a local restaurant, so he could meet us, and we could meet him. The coworker who produced the announcement, using some sort of graphics program, emailed the file to the woman who did our in-house printing and copying. Her job was to print it out and place it in everyone's mailbox. However, she was sent the raw data file, not a PDF, and had to open it in the graphics application in order to print it. This allowed her to edit it. She printed out copies but made and printed a special announcement for Dick. The one that everyone else received specified that it was a dress-up affair, meaning ties and jackets for the men. The one that Dick pulled from his mailbox said to come dressed casually and wear a company logo t-shirt. She also changed the start time, on his sheet only, to an hour later than it was supposed to start. Since people refused to interact with him, he never saw the official announcement, only the one that was placed in his mailbox. My role in this was to make sure that Dick's modified invite was removed from his desk and destroyed. At the restaurant, dinner had been served. Most suit jackets were draped over chairs, and we were all eating when Dick walked in wearing shorts, a company logo t-shirt, and Crocs. He was given a name tag, we all had one with our name and job title, and shown to his seat. The new boss noticed, and when he was making the rounds after the meal, ignored Dick. 3 people were laid off in the next few weeks, a normal thing when a company changes hands, and Dick was one of them. Ruined my life, a story of the destruction of oneself. This is a long one. Son of a part-time NHL player in the 80s. My father loved coke, gambling, and beating me, ages 4, 10, including hospital visits, and multiple broken bones multiple times. Dad owed the mafia $300K and ran off, age 10. Family lost everything. We ended up losing our house and family restaurant. Moved in with an aunt. My mother had high school diploma. She is now high-powered Wall Street later. She went back to school at age 38. I had moved out once everything came to fruition. My teens, I spent working and giving money to mom, but also a decent student, but was captain of baseball and football teams in Brooklyn, NY. I worked in a catering hall, and I dealt ecstasy and weed, never arrested, some close calls but never happened. Developed a nice habit from my father, cocaine. Started cigarettes, age 10, weed 12, cocaine 14, heroin 16, I'm clean of all of those. On the final play of my football career, as a football scholarship lingered for Boston College, I was hit and ruptured multiple discs and broke parts of my back. They informed me I would never play and possibly walk again. I ended up walking a year after surgery but would need another surgery later on. It was post-surgery when they said I might not walk again. I attempted to unalive myself by blowing air into my oxygen tube. My nurse saved my life. After my rehab, I continued to abuse pills. It was time for drug rehab. I was there for 13 months. Here I taught people, ages 15, 27, how to read, and I ended up pursuing education. I am a teacher now. The first love of my life was Jane, treated me like gold, and cheated on her with another woman 20+ times. I was 22, the woman I cheated with was 39, I was a sucker for tattoos, etc. She accepted me back and I cheated on her again, but this time it was her best friend, who took advantage of me when I was drunk. We broke up, and she is now happily married with 2 kids. I then met another woman, Tracy. We were happily married for maybe 8 of 14 years. We had 2 amazing children. I resented her for fighting with my family. I finally went back TK my family after my grandmother was diagnosed with non-curable pancreatic cancer. I didn't talk to my family for 3 years. I resented Tracy for it. I worked 3 other jobs for Tracy to stay at home and be a mom. I missed out on our 2 kids growing up, my life's greatest regret. She talked down to me like I was a piece of trash. It got to a point. I tried to unalive myself again. This time was 15 Xanax sticks and half a bottle of Grey Goose. I was found unresponsive by my ex-wife. I needed my stomach pumped. I barely survived. When I woke up 6 days later, I just cried, etc. I said I need out of here. I cheated on my then wife with 4 different people. I divorced my wife, I gave her the house, and paying $3,500 a month in child support, she is taking me back to court now to get more money. I left my wife for my affair partner, a co-worker. We will call her Jen. We cared and loved each other amazingly. The first year was everything I ever wanted. She was my match, and more. 0.16 months in, she was diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer at the age of 41. Devastated and heartbroken, I stuck around. Nobody helped her, and neither did her parents. It was me with her bedside for 3 months. I ran her to all of her appointments, but then was starting to be used like an Uber for the family and more, being dragged and guilted when I was with my kids. During her next hospital stay, her friend, we will call her Kate. Kate is married. Seduced me, and being the weak piece shit I am, I jumped and screwed her brains out. Jen never found out. Casual flirting continued with Kate even as Jen began to come back around. Eventually, I was with Kate and Jen. Jen and I were fading, broke up while we were in Mexico, but slept together 3x in Mexico. I had no feeling during naughties, and said yeah, this was a mistake. I left Jen for good. When I got back, I broke things up with Jen, and was now with Kate. Things with Kate are very, very different. She can read me and understands me, and I feel a genuine connection. Well, I screwed up again, and got drunk and met up with Jen. I fucked her, 4 times over 12 hours, thanks Blue Chew. I was angry with Kate over icing me out for no reason. I denied to Kate, but I felt real guilt for the first time in my life, and it all came out. Kate is upset with me and said we are done, not because of the cheating, but the lying. It was the wake-up call that I can't be a piece of shit anymore. I started therapy 3x a week. I've come to be aware I'm a narcissist, a naughties addict, and I have abandonment issues. I have tossed a grenade at everyone who has ever loved me and have to be a better model to my children. Never learned how to properly be a man due to not having a positive male role model to show me how to be a fucking man. Stop ruining other people's lives. Therapy has helped. I am putting the same mentality to work. I have cried more than I have and have been making amends to people and living my truth. Have I ruined my life? Will I ever find love again? Am I an asshole? What is wrong with me? Is Kate the answer? My mom has a fit about a career opportunity for me. I'll get this out of the way now. I, 27M, love my mom for what she's done for me my whole life. But for the past year, I've been attending trade school for a job in the electrical field, and I've applied to join a program to become a food industry technician. This issue stems from the fact that this program will take place in the state of Indiana, and I would prefer driving there. It's an 11-hour drive, give or take, but I think it's better than leaving my car to be moved every week when I'm not there. Our house lacks a garage and cars get ticketed on street cleaning days. I would be there for about 3 months for training and then get contracted to whatever company hires me, which may involve me having to work in any state that they're located in for at least 18 months. Here's where the problem comes in. My mom has been giving me grief about my choice to go into this program. She often says things like, "Your car isn't good enough to get there," despite my car being perfectly fine. It was involved in a hit and run, but functions just fine, and gas money shouldn't be much of an issue. You won't know anyone there. These companies will scam you with contracts. You need to stay close to your family. I could go into how this has basically been her MO for a lot of things growing up, and she's definitely tried to gaslight me about many things in the past, and even now. I've lived a large portion of my life trying to please her and get her validation, despite a lot of harsh treatment over the years. Even after this, I do still love and care about her, but I've also made it clear to her that I want to leave our house and our home state as a whole. I still intend on going out to Indiana and finding a well-paying career in the field that I chose. I'll still have that sense of apprehension and anxiety doing it, since I've never been there, and I've been that type of person for as long as I can remember, probably because she raised me by herself. But I just need some time away from her. Am I wrong for feeling this way? Confession about someone I met years ago on Omegle, Rui. I'm posting this because I've been carrying it for a while, and I guess I just need to let it out. Back in 2021, I met a guy on Omegle. We ended up talking for a long time on and off until around 2023. I'm NBSB and had zero experience with anything naughties, but he was the first guy I ever sexted with. He's also the first and only person who saw my naked body. I know it was a stupid thing to do, and I regret it deeply. I don't even know his real full name, and he never showed his face. He only said his name was Andrew Rui, not even sure if that was real or just something he made up. But he introduced me to Reddit, especially to this subreddit. He said he's always reading confessions here, but not sure if this was the subreddit he was talking about. I've tried to forget, but because it was such a big and stupid thing for me, I can't erase it completely from my head. I don't know if this post will ever reach you, but if it does, then I guess this is me confessing what happened and admitting I've never forgotten what we did, especially you. If you're reading this, I'd love to hear again from you. Mother won't let me jump in the foam pit. So I was at an amusement park, and there was a trampoline area. I was with 5 friends. Me and one of them wanted to jump in the foam pit. We approached it, but there was a mother and a child in it. We couldn't jump otherwise we would hurt them. So the worker saw the situation and told the mother, "Please exit the pit so others can jump too." And she replied, "Oh, but my son doesn't want to." The child was about 3. The worker again said she needed to exit, and she did and stayed. It took about 5 minutes for her to exit the pit, with the child crying. Made her sweat in a foreign language. This happened today, but for a bit of context, a few years ago, I lived in a small apartment complex in a town where everyone knows everyone. My next-door neighbor was all right, but his wife was just plain rude. She never said hello, and every morning at 6:30 a.m., she'd slam the entrance gate on her way out to work, so loudly and so often that the landlord eventually put up a sign asking, "Please don't slam the door." Naturally, she ignored it. No one missed her when they moved out. It's worth mentioning we don't live in the U.S., and while my native language is fairly common, foreigners can struggle with it. I, however, speak English fluently, her native language. That's important. So yesterday her husband reached out to me out of the blue. After some polite small talk, he told me they've been living in her country for the past 5 years. Then he asked if I'd be willing to participate in a study his wife is doing. Apparently she's working on her master's or PhD, something about women in conservation, and he figured I'd be a good fit. I said yes, we agreed on a time, and today they showed up, with their 5-year-old kid in tow. She greeted me like I was some long-lost best friend. He even reminded her that we used to be neighbors, but not once did she seem to remember being rude back then. The kid was constantly interrupting. The dad was trying to juggle feeding him and keeping him calm, but of course the kid only wanted mommy's attention. I was already annoyed. Then, in the middle of the chaos, he turned to me and asked, "How's your English?" I smiled and said, "Hopefully good enough." So she starts explaining the project to me, in my native language. But she's struggling. She's clearly not comfortable, stumbling over her words, getting things wrong. Honestly, I almost felt bad for her. Almost. But then I remembered all those early mornings, being jolted awake by the sound of that gate slamming. So I said nothing. I let her keep going, pretending I didn't understand English well enough to make things easier for her. And when it was my turn, I gave my full analysis, in my native language. I never let on that I could have saved her the effort of conducting, transcribing, and translating the whole thing. Not the pettiest revenge in the world, but wow, it was satisfying. It was... Use my email address in store. I'll spend your loyalty reward points on cat treats. Back in 2021, I started getting random emails from Tractor Supply asking me to rate my order. I'm in the UK, so I had no clue what Tractor Supply was. Turns out they're in the US and they don't even sell tractors. When the first email arrived, I thought it was probably a mistake. The customer making the purchase at Tractor Supply may have just given the wrong email address at the checkout. I got in very early with Gmail, so my email address is very simple. It's understandable someone might have just made a mistake once or twice, but the emails kept coming. The simple solution would have been to just block the Tractor Supply emails, but I was feeling something a bit more petty in exchange for using my email address to send spam to. Turns out I could create a Tractor Supply account on the website, even though I don't live in the USA, and when I created the account with my email address, it connected my new account with the in-store loyalty profile the perpetrator was using my email address for. I could see the full history of all of their in-store orders, dog collars, cement, etc. When you make a purchase at Tractor Supply, you get points back to your loyalty account that you can then use to activate a reward. The perpetrator was waiting until they reached enough points to get a $10 discount off their next purchase. One of the other rewards you can buy with loyalty points is a voucher for a bag of cat treats. So now every time I get an email from Tractor Supply about a new purchase, I log into my account and exchange my newly assigned loyalty points with a voucher for a bag of cat treats. The account currently has 8 accrued vouchers, and it's now turned into a game of how many cat treat vouchers I can get before they notice. I don't know how it works in store or if there's a limit on how many you can have, but I'm secretly hoping on a future purchase the perpetrator is asked if they want their 20 free bags of cat treats added to their order, and they finally realize they probably shouldn't use a random petty stranger's email address. Edit. I just realized Tractor Supply lets you register your pets on the account. My guy now owns Nigel, a 666 pounds pregnant gorilla who has a health concern of weirdly obsessed with cat treats. Workplace revenge. Just seen a post whereby someone was getting annoyed that a coworker kept leaving early, even though it didn't affect them. Made me think of what happened to me some time ago. Worked in a large office with multiple departments. Each department could choose whether they wanted to have flexi-time or not. Most chose to have this option. The core hours were 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., so everyone needed to be in the office during this time. The phone lines were open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., so long as there was phone cover the hour before and the hour after core time, no one minded how people managed their flexi. Living the furthest away, I chose, after making sure it was okay, to come in at 8 a.m. every day and leave at 4 p.m. so that I could avoid the worst of rush hour traffic. I had been working these hours for the better part of 4 years, and no one had a problem with it, until I changed departments. Despite there always being cover up until 6 p.m. most days, office was open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. My co-workers had a problem with me being the only one leaving a 4. They complained constantly to the department manager. He gave them the option of leaving early if they wanted, setting up a rota of people leaving early, basically any workable solution that was feasibly possible. Nope, nothing was acceptable. None of my co-workers wanted to leave early, unless there was an emergency, DRS appointment, etc. So if they chose to stay until 5 p.m., then I should also fit in with the team and do the same. Exhausted, my manager spoke to me and said he'd tried everything but they just wouldn't back down. I asked if I could move to another department that didn't mind me leaving at 4, but he gave me a piece of information which made me smile, and I decided to stay. I asked if he wouldn't mind batting them off for the next couple of weeks because I had a plan. Team meeting was held after a couple of weeks to discuss working hours, and I sat back and allowed my co-workers to get themselves worked up. I decided to throw in a few comments here and there to rile them up some more, and when I thought it was the right moment, I held my hands up and conceded defeat. I asked the team if they prefer I work 9-5. They all agreed. Giving a quick look to my manager, I repeated that we should all work the same hours, considering their argument was that I was the only one leaving early. Unanimous agreement. So I suggested that we should all, as a team, work 9-5. Enthusiastic nodding, starting from tomorrow. Silence. My manager spoke up saying that was a wonderful idea and was a brilliant solution. He'd put it in place immediately so that we could all come off flexi time and as a department, all work the same hours, which is what the team wanted in the first place. Now is a good time to mention that there was a worldwide sporting event taking place at the time. Living in the UK but not being British, I didn't feel the need to follow the UK teams. The event was being held abroad, so due to time differences, some of the games were played in the morning, UK time, meaning that my coworkers could watch the games and still be in at work by 10 a.m. I piped up to remind my team that this meant I would no longer be the only one covering the phones from 9, 10, and phew. Yes, they conveniently forgot that they left me to answer the phones for that hour pretty much every day since me starting on the team. What a relief, because the phones did get busy first thing in the morning. One colleague tried to speak up, but my manager reminded them that this is what they've been asking for all along, that the whole team worked the same hours. Oh yes, this was also the time to mention that seeing as I couldn't leave early anymore, there was no need to work through my lunch break, something I offered to placate them, and I didn't used to have lunch that often back then. Flexi meant that people had the choice to take 2 hours for lunch, and I'd offered to cover the phones when the games were on. So I'd stop doing that. Otherwise, I'd be worn out working flat out until 5. That meant that the quarter and semi-finals they had planned to watch, which so happened to be played over UK lunchtime, and our office were showing on the large screen in the main conference room, would only have a restricted viewing time of 1 hour now. I announced that I could see I was being selfish for being the only one to leave early, and I was pleased to fit in with everyone else by working 9-5. That also meant that I wouldn't be signing off the payments from the previous day, something I would do between 8-9 when it was nice and quiet, albeit that I chose not to remind them of that, but I did like seeing the look on their faces when they realized they had extra work to do the following morning, work that they should have been doing in the first instance. Again, something I volunteered to do to try to placate them. Oh, and that information that my manger gave me in our meeting 2 weeks prior? In a cost-cutting exercise, my office was relocating to another one which happened to be a lot closer to where I lived, so ultimately the removal of flexi time worked in my favor as it meant I could then walk to and from work. Oh, it was difficult not to pull a smug face when the relocation was announced. I think the British term "don't piss on your chips" definitely applied here. I have zero intention of paying this debt. Former roommate fell out with me after I required them to actually pay rent and take care of themselves, and apparently their grand revenge plan was to give my phone number to all the creditors they've defaulted to. This means I get calls nearly every day asking for former roommate from different banks and lenders. It's annoying as hell, and they don't seem to understand that I neither know nor could care less where the person they're looking for is, so I've started responding with the line in the title when they ask for the former roommate. I've checked and locked down my credit. The culprit here isn't bright enough for identity theft, and if they were, this'd be a legal case and not a Reddit post. I don't say anything except, I have zero intention of paying this debt, which is true because it is not my debt, and occasionally following up with, you may have to sue to get that money, which is also true as far as I am aware. And then I hang up. Sure showed me, bud. Showed me you've defaulted on multiple lines of credit and are now running like hell from them. Scammed a weird dude out of money. So, as the title says, I definitely scammed someone out of money, and I definitely feel grimy and no karma's coming for me one way or another. Backstory. This guy messages me on Facebook Marketplace asking to buy some lingerie-like pieces and some tops, dresses. I'm like, sure. He asked a bunch of questions about if it'll look good on a guy, sizes, how it looked on me. I replied the sizes are in the description and who knows. Whatever, so he asks me to drop them off to him. I'm like, man, if you're gonna pay for my gas, sure, he's like a good 15 minutes from me, but wants me to drop it off at the local park, and then take the money he hid at the park. This was all super strange and just inconvenient that I had to go on a wild goose chase to sell some items. I gave him a super high price unless he was able to pick them up. Says he can't. $80 for a couple of clothes I would have donated otherwise. So I do it. He hid money in a table and I took it. Left the clothes. Next day he's asking me to buy some other pieces I have. He'll pay me more, and now he wants me to purchase a dildo for him. I was super hesitant, and it was weird. I did it anyways and took the money he gave me, $125 for the dildo and the clothes. This comes to today. He asks me to buy a different dildo because the other one wasn't good enough. Now he's being pushy, rude, and condescending about it. Almost like I owed him for it. I'm like, dude, I don't have to do anything for you, man. He says he's sorry and I'm right and asks me to please do it. I tell him I have to pick up the money he's giving me because I had spent some money on formula for my baby and some groceries. Didn't have enough for the $100 dildo he wanted. He says I can have $225, so I'd make a $125 profit from this trip. I go to pick up the money, grab it, and realize this would be a good chunk of my bills if I just kept the money. And as weird as the situation was, what I did was still slimy. I grabbed the $225 and blocked him on Facebook. He's never seen me or my car, doesn't know my real name considering I use a different name on my Facebook. I feel dirty and guilty, but also relieved. I'm done dealing with that guy and made money. This was pretty evil of me. I've always been an honest person, never scammed or lied to someone ever like this. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. My stepmom expects me to congratulate my stepbrother on his new baby, even though he's been ignoring me for months. So today, out of the blue, my stepmom texts me saying, "Asterisk, your stepbrother had his first child yesterday. Here's his number so you can congratulate him." Here's the thing. I already have his number ***. I texted him back in January and DM'd him on Instagram in April, and he never replied to either. Funny enough, when he needs help with real estate or YouTube business stuff, I've always responded and helped him out. He also never told me he and his GF were expecting. They even had a gender reveal I wasn't invited to. And now, I find out he had a baby ** yesterday * through my stepmom. For context, I've never lived with my stepmom or step-siblings. My dad married her when I was 19, and I'm now 31. There's no real relationship between me and my stepbro there beyond occasional surface-level contact. I'm just sitting here like, why would I reach out to congratulate someone who clearly doesn't value keeping in touch with me? Yet somehow, I'm the one expected to play the good brother role here. Just needed to vent because this feels like one of those classic entitled parents moments where they expect you to uphold a relationship that the other person clearly doesn't care about. Oh, and on top of this, I already had a huge fallout with my dad and stepmom-ish for her, due to their behavior, especially my dad's, past criminal behavior to my mom, half-brother, and my first stepmom. So we haven't even talked in months. Edited to clarify relationship with stepbro ***. You're going to be a creep to me? I'd like to see you try. This happened a while ago, so this is an approximation of what happened. Back when I was in middle school, there was this boy, we'll call him Gabe, who bothered girl after girl. He would harass them and follow them around. He would only relent after he was reported, then on to the next victim. Then he moved on to me. He made me very uncomfortable. One day, however, I was talking to my friend who was on her period about cramps and stuff like that. He shouted from another table, "Ew, none of that girl shit, guys don't want to hear that stuff." At the time, we were just annoyed, but little did I know this would be the key to my freedom. He approached me during PE the next week and said something along the lines of, "Don't keep secrets from me. I want to hear all of your little sins." Ew. I was having my period that day, and the cramps were unalive me, so I was anything but patient. It hit me in a cramp-fueled stroke of genius. Great, I've been looking for someone to talk to. Blood has been leaking from my vagina, and God, is it terrible. They need to stock more pads here. There were only tampons, and I got blood on my hands. Want to smell? I don't think the soap has washed the smell off. He looked horrified. He mumbled something about it being a joke, and he stumbled off. As far as I know, he did not try to bother girls again. My GF's best friend's online stalker has our naughties tape. So I just learnt yesterday that my girlfriend's best friend has an online creep who can hack, has our naughties tape. Now, I don't know if he does or doesn't cause he hasn't sent any type of confirmation that he really does, because he hasn't sent anything that proves that he does. My girlfriend has been so worried and I don't what I can do. He lives in another state, and he has told her best friend nothing about his personal identity. I'm really worried for my girlfriend and me because I don't know if I really can do anything to fix this. Now this is terrible for me because I want Ed to become a teacher, but with this possibly out, the chances are becoming lower. I don't know what to do and I'm just looking for some type of other opinions on it. I masturbate while listening to women pee in unisex toilets. I will preface this by saying that what I will discuss in this post is a result of a voyeurism kink. I also want to make it clear that I fully agree with the fact that secretly filming others during moments where privacy is expected is wrong. Now that is out of the way, what I want to discuss today is mostly specific to unisex toilets. There are some public unisex toilets where there are individual stalls but shared sink areas. The stalls are constructed and separated like typical cubicle stalls, so not brick walls from top to bottom. Because of this, you can easily hear everything that happens in the stall next to you, similar to gender-segregated toilets. I look forward to encountering and using unisex toilets like these wherever possible. It is a huge turn-on to me when I can tell that a woman has entered the stall next to me, which I can then hear them taking off their underwear and sitting down to pee. I get turned on by hearing them pee and then grabbing toilet paper to wipe. I try to imagine in my head what they look like while they're peeing, and what their vaginas look like while they're peeing. Most of the time, I end up masturbating to this, listening to woman after woman. Again, I realize that this stems from a voyeurism kink, and that one possible reason for being turned on by this is the fact that toilets are usually segregated by gender, so it's rare to hear the other gender using the toilet. I slept with a married man. To make this long story short, I slept with a married man. He told me him and his wife had an agreement on an open marriage, and that she didn't care what he did. I didn't think our friendship or us hooking up was overstepping their boundaries because he said she was okay with it. One night she was drunk and found text messages and pictures between us and flipped out to the point where she showed up to my work. She didn't approach me, but I knew she was there. No one knows that we ever did anything other than text and send pictures, and it unalive me because I think it's something I'll have to hide forever. I have blocked both of them and haven't spoken to him in weeks, but I just can't get over it. I think I just miss the attention he was giving me, but also I'm so mad at myself for putting myself between their marriage because I know how shitty it must feel. Also, I may have to see them in the near future, and I'm not sure if I should act like I don't know them or what. This whole situation is eating me alive. Look for other jobs and see how much they offer? Sure thing, boss. I spent a few years at this company. The pay there is not as competitive and we all got measly 2-3% raises each year, nothing close to inflation levels. I had been in a starter position and still studying on the side, so I agreed with my boss already a couple years ago that I'd get a promotion once I graduated. Well, last September I graduated and asked for my promotion. I had looked over the worker union's salary statistics, and the median would be around a 18% bump for me. I didn't expect to get that much because besides them being a cheap AF, the economy was bad, and they had just downsized like 15% of the staff in July. Luckily, I had gotten myself into a strong position of being one of the only ones left with some unique skills, so I survived the downsizing. Anyhow, I show my boss a copy of the statistics and ask for the median. Boss scoffs and proceeds to fight as hard as he can to justify lowballing me. He says several things baffling to me, not limited to, asterisk. Damn, you're rich, bro. About my salary. No, dude, I'm really struggling in this economy. Asterisk. If I give you more, you'll just spend more. Not your concern what I do with my well-deserved money. Asterisk. No one at that level makes that much here, and that the statistics must be wrong. I later went around the office to find colleagues in that level. First coworker I ask, asterisk asterisk earns exactly what I asked for asterisk asterisk. Asterisk brought up some concerns about my communication, Petty things like me not replying to a colleague's email for like 3 days, 3 days during which I was off-site to give a course somewhere. But my favorite thing he said was, "You can go look for other jobs to see how much others are offering. You'll see it's not going to be any better." He lingered on my salary adjustment until December, negotiating with HR, and then finally offers me 11%, which is around what I actually expected. But there's a catch. Next year, I would not get the usual 2 to 3% salary adjustment like everybody else. WTF. I told him, deal. You see, I had taken his advice, or rather called his bluff, and was already getting quite far in interviews. Come January, I land an offer from the top company in our field, think Google, Apple, offering me what would have been a 35% bump. I hit my boss with the news. He promptly panics. Says they want me to stay, they need me, my performance and development have been great, etc. But they can't match that offer because not even top management makes that much. I obviously didn't believe him, but I said, I understand it's not fair that I earn more than everyone else, just do your best. He runs to the top boss's office and somehow, within 30 mins, they magically found budget for a 30% raise. Perfect. Now I had leverage to negotiate an even better offer from my future boss. After all, I had already made up my mind to leave long ago. Mole poblano. My yard and my next-door neighbor's yard had a problem with moles. I used poison worms the first year and it did a great job, but the side of my yard that abutted the neighbor's had more moles the next year. I poisoned them again, and all was good. But the next spring they returned on my neighbor's side. I spoke to the neighbor a few times, but she said it wasn't really a problem. What's a few moles between friends, etc. I tried to explain that I was taking care of the problem on my lawn, but if we both didn't eliminate them, they'd keep coming back. She got nasty in the end. I went online, and a bunch of sites recommended using stakes in the ground that generated some sort of noise that moles could hear, but not humans, and it supposedly was unbearable and drove the moles away. Per the instructions, you started in the center of your yard, as the moles moved away from the middle, you added more stakes to the sides. Once that was clear, you moved stakes farther out, and then once that was clear, you moved them again, until the moles had left your yard. To me, this was the perfect revenge, to send my moles to her. I used them, and although it took a few months, it did the job, and the moles left. Obviously, they exited to the 2 lots adjacent to mine. On one side was a vacant lot, and on the other side was the neighbor's yard. When I poisoned the moles, the population went down. By buzzing them away, the mole from my yard were now in hers, and you could see the fair amount of damage they were doing. Soft spots, holes, and unalived grass, dot. The neighbor asked me why my yard wasn't being ravaged like hers. I told her what I had done, and she went ballistic. Where do you think those moles went? I shrugged and told her I wasn't up on the migratory habits of moles. If I don't like it, tell it to the news? I guess we're going to the news then. Video evidence. My mother was a truly inspiring woman. Her favorite phrase was, "Why say bleed when you can say hemorrhage?" because she never did anything halfway when she knew she could go all the way. We couldn't even ask for help with homework because you'd be up till 3 a.m. on a school night adding one more thing. Then you'd go to school with this magnum opus while everyone around you phoned it in and still got an A. She would rarely get angry, but if you activated her righteous indignation, the repercussions would be legendary. There was one such story of malicious compliance that she always loved to tell, and I just found the receipts, so I wanted to share it with everyone. It all started one day when I found a dagger in my brother's room. It was an ornate sort of fantasy-style dagger, not something you would find just anywhere, and it was very sharp. We were not old enough to have something like that at the time. He was only 11. Immediately, my mother walked up behind me and caught me red-handed, so I did what any self-respecting little brother would do and threw him under the bus. My brother wasn't at home at the time, so she went through everything and found more of these knives. She laid them out on the table, and she was psyching herself up for the hell she was going to bring down upon him. By the time my brother gets home, he walks in and sees her sitting there with the knives out. He goes white as a sheet. She immediately asks where he got them, This was the late 90s, and my brother was pretty into Magic, the Gathering. The card shop he went to for his fix was just down the street. He spent a great deal of time there and bought boxes and boxes of these cards from them, so they knew him and knew he was too young. They had sold it to him, knowing full well that he was underage, no questions asked. My mother's jaw dropped, and moments later, we were pulling up to the place. She drags my brother into the store and puts the knives down in front of the woman who owns the place. She tells her that they had sold it to him. Yeah, so what? He is not 18, and he shouldn't have access to these. You need to tell your employees to check IDs before they sell weapons to minors. She was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt before she snapped back with, "It's a joke, it's humor, don't you get it?" Ah, so the problem is you. I am his mother, and I don't think it is funny. If you won't follow the law at the very least, I need you to stop selling weapons to my son. I'll do whatever I want. If you don't like it, tell the news. Surely this woman doesn't know who she is talking to, or the lengths that my mom was willing to go for her kids. I don't know why on earth that would be the phrase you'd use. Now you are just asking for it. Mom gives her one last chance before the hammer drops. So you are saying that even without my permission, having asked you not to personally and knowing it is illegal, you would still sell a knife to him? Of course, this is a business. Maybe raise him better if you don't like what he is doing. It was like the air left the room. There were 3 of us boys in elementary, middle school, and high school around the time. She was president of all 3 PTAs for 3 different schools miles apart from each other. She was practically moaming as a sport and crushing it by every conceivable standard. This woman had just slighted her to her core, and now had to deal with the consequences of her ignorance. My mom didn't say another word. She gathered the knives, and we walked out. Even the woman behind the desk looked a little shocked that she was just walking out. So was I. We all went back to the car, and no one said a word. Then you could almost visibly see the resolve set in, and she says, "I guess we are going to the news then." I don't remember her saying another word the rest of the night. The next day, I woke up, and she had papers all around her that she had downloaded and printed off, and highlighted. She was on the phone explaining the story to a news station who'd just opened, and responding to emails she'd sent overnight. I don't think she slept. She had been up researching the laws and building her case. The first reporters she talked to didn't seem to see what she saw in the story and told her they wouldn't pick it up. Every time she was told no, she would ask for references to someone who would do something like this. It took weeks of phone tag. She called the next reporter, then another, leaving messages and following up. Finally, she found an investigative reporter who would work with her. They decided that the best course of action was to put a hidden camera on my brother to send him undercover to buy something larger. Believe me, I am well aware of how outlandish that sounds. They met up down the street and gave my brother some money to buy the biggest weapon he could get. I seem to remember it being $120. Wired him up with a microphone and a spy camera they'd bought at a Radio Shack, and he went in, and he bought a legit full sword from the place. They jokingly told him not to unalive anyone with it as he was walking out, and never asked to see an ID. Afterwards, the reporter interviewed the store owner, who stuck with her old fallback of it being funny to sell deadly weapons to kids. Then they interviewed my mom outside the shop, and the 2 of them argued on camera. Maybe because they had already caught her on a hidden camera, she felt the need to double down. She had to think people would side with her for some reason. She was irate. My mom just kept feeding her the rope to hang herself with, and the shop owner tied the whole thing into a neatly wrapped bow for the reporter. Just a spectacular failure on her part. It's hard to imagine how it could have gone worse. Sure, it is just a local news report from the 90s. For my mom, it was her hero moment. She knew she was right, and she knew this person had to be stopped, and she did it all the way, just like everything she ever did. In the report, they say that they went back, and the place was already closed. Within a month, it was completely out of business. The reporter won an award for the piece, and the righteous indignation was satiated for the time being. My mom recorded the airing of the report on a VHS tape, and every chance she got, she would parade it around to show people her crowning achievement. She would tell the whole story, and we'd all watch the tape until it was lost to time and became legend. Through some effort, I have found the video, and I know that she would want everyone to see it. So here it is, https://u2.b/ozexgeoff_zgq0 psi =I6 voa9u5 fsfy5ya https://u2.b/ozexgeo_zgq0 $i=I6 voa9u5 fsfy5ya. Edit. I never expected this to blow up like this. My mother would be absolutely beside herself if she could see how far this has gone. She never told this story or showed this video without immediately following it with another far more salacious story of an incident in the PTA where she got a woman thrown in jail. It is one of my absolute favorite stories of hers. I felt like I would be remiss in not telling it in her place. https://www.reddit.com/r/malicious-compliance/comment/1 mwcnwq/thef PTA incident UTM source share UTMB_medium =web3x and UTMB_name =web3xess and UTMI_term =1 and UTMI_content =share button https://www.reddit.com/r/malicious-compliance/comments/1 mwcnwq/the_PTA_incident/question mark UTM_source share &UTM_medium web3x &UTM_name web3 xcss &UTM_term =1 UTM_content share button. Not a word from you about your resignation until I approve it. Not in the US BTW. I used to be an operations engineer on a 1-year contract in a small department. There were only 4 of us, and the seniors absolutely hated doing additional work. So when there was additional networking stuff required as part of a new project, it was dumped onto me. I didn't mind doing it as I was learning new stuff, but the lack of appreciation from the rest of the team and being underpaid made me look for other jobs when my 1-year contract was almost up. Fortunately, I was able to get a much better offer from one of my ex-employers with about a month to go for my current contract. My current company never reached out to me to talk about renewing my contract, so I thought I'd just give them a heads up that I'm resigning and not renewing my contract. My manager at the time used to be an engineer like us, but was promoted 6 months prior and was incredibly cocky because of that. I went into his room and handed him my resignation letter, told him I was resigning and would be happy to hand over my stuff and train the others before leaving. He takes a look at the letter, gets really pissed, and tells me he isn't going to sign and acknowledge the letter until he decides what date I'm allowed to leave. He said this will happen after he's found someone to replace me and when he's in a better mood, essentially trying to hold me hostage. But my contract only has 1 month. Before I could say 2 words, he says, "No more talking. Did I not hear me say I won't approve it until I'm happy? I don't want to hear a word about this from you until I'm ready." Note this was very long ago where resignations via email weren't as common. I thought about explaining to him when he had calmed down, but decided fuck it. If that's what he wants, then I'll comply. So I continued working for the rest of the month, with absolutely no handover done until the last day. On the last day of my contract, I head into his room and hand him my laptop, badge, etc. "What's this? My stuff? Today's my last day." "Stop fucking joking around. I told you that I haven't acknowledged your resignation letter yet. Which, by the way, I've just decided your last day will be 2 months from now because we need to look for a replacement, train him up and get a proper handover before you can leave. So keep your stuff and get back to work." He gives me this incredibly cocky look like he got me. "Nope. My contract runs out after today. I'm not paid to work beyond that." "You... what?" "Yep. I've been trying to tell you from the start. My resignation letter was a courtesy since my contract runs out anyway, but you didn't allow me to talk." "You're fucking bullshitting me." "Nah, go call HR and check, see ya." I watch his face turn from anger and cockiness to shock as I walk away from his room. A few months later, I find out that he got a stern lecture by the director even though he tried to put the blame on me, ended up hiring a network engineer that cost triple what they paid me, and breached multiple SLAs for the period before the new hire joined. Parents expect me to pay for my own wall. Apologies for formatting or other issues. I hardly use Reddit and I'm posting from the website on mobile. My parents go through my phone and it's easier to clear a tab than delete an app. My 17 parents are building a new house. This is the second or third one. My stepdad continuously decides he's not satisfied with one and builds another. I'm sick of it personally, but it's his life and his money, so whatever. This time, my stepdad has decided to build a home with rooms for all his kids, 5, 6 total. He asked me and my 2 sisters if we would rather have 1 big bedroom or 3 separate bedrooms. Of course, all of us are teens, and we all say we want our own room. He pushes and talks about the price and how it'll cost a few hundred more and how he's already sunk so much into the house. My siblings talk and we agree we can do 1 big room, since 2 of us will be heading out for college in a few years anyways. My stepdad decides to build the separate rooms anyways. Cool. Awesome. I was pretty happy and thanked him. Later, though, in a talk where he was telling us we needed to help out more in the building process, he mentioned how we never offered to pay for our walls. He brought it up again another time, saying we were going to pay for the flooring and paint in our own room, offering it as a Christmas gift we will get for him. I wouldn't be as upset about this if it wasn't for the fact that he is planning to sell this house soon after I and a few other siblings move out for college within the next few years. I will literally not be in it for even a year, but I'm supposed to shell out hundreds on a wall? I don't mind paying for the paint, but the wall? Even in the last house he built, I never got a doorknob, because I was supposed to pay for it myself, which I did not, because I could live without one and I'm trying to save best I can. He does a lot of other entitled stuff. This is just the biggest one as of late. I feel like I should be more grateful, but that just seems over the top. I'm just kind of tired of living with him, to be honest. Once again, sorry for formatting errors. TLDR, stepdad asks me to pay for my own walls in a house I will live in less than a year, for a room I didn't ask him to make. I messed up so bad that I lost a friend. Me and my friends are both girls and both 17, just to clarify. I don't want comfort or anything. I know I'm the one wrong in the story. Just need to get this out of my chest. I made my friend uncomfortable a lot and didn't realize, and then when she told me I didn't fully register it and did it again. It was never on purpose. I very honestly just didn't realize, but I did it so many times that she's sick of me. She told me multiple times about how she didn't like what I was doing, but I didn't fucking register it and did it again. I'm just that stupid. I also make everything about myself. I always tell her about my problems and she never gets to tell me about hers because I never ask. I didn't ask because every time I did, she didn't want to tell me, and I didn't want to seem pushy or invasive, so I stopped asking. So I made her feel like she was the only one being supportive. She let me into her house. She let me meet her pets, her dad, the bar she likes. She let me into her life and I ruined everything for her. I hate myself and I've told her about it, but I was making our relationship miserable because of that. She asked me, if not even you like yourself, why should I? And she's right. She shouldn't like me. She said I've been suffocating her through our whole friendship and she's just been so patient with me. She's an angel. That's also something she complained about. I assume a lot of things about her. Apparently I've been dehumanizing her because I've turned her into my muse. It's probably true. I admire more than anyone. I think about her way more than I should. She also told me to grow up and develop some self-respect. Well, I'm on my way to buying a pocket knife so I can cut myself with it right now, so can't put that last part into practice just yet. The guilt is unbearable. I love her so fucking much. She's been nothing but helpful to me and I wish her the best in life. It pains me more than anything to realize I've become just one more thing in her life that went wrong. Another failed friendship of hers, another person that failed her. She tried so hard to like me, I can tell. She was so patient, but in my current state of mind, I couldn't correspond. I'm gonna try to better myself after this. I love you so fucking much, Sam. I hope the next person I allow myself to love doesn't have to go through what you went through. I love you. AI breakup message gone wrong. Back in 10th grade, I was dating this girl. One day we were at the park with her little brother, while she was playing with her brother. I looked through her phone and saw her messaging another dude, flirting and talking about our relationship like it meant nothing. When it came time to break up, I didn't know how to say everything I wanted, so I asked ChatGPT to make me one. I sent, but she left me on scene. The next morning at school, my friend told me she showed all her friends the messages at the lunch table thinking she had the last laugh and no one knew. So moral of the story is real feelings deserve real respect, fuck that hoe. IF31 finally had naughties again after over a year and with a man 23 years older than me. I'm 31, and today I slept with a man 23 years older than me. He's not conventionally attractive, but he's so much more than that. He's kind, intelligent, funny, soft-spoken, and made me feel like the only woman in the world. It wasn't just the naughties, though that was incredible. It was everything leading up to it. The way he looked at me, kissed me, filthy, desperate kisses. A mixture of slow and deep, teasing and like he wanted to taste every part of me. His hands didn't grope me, they explored me. I had goosebumps the way he was touching my body. He massaged my scalp with one hand while the other traced my thighs, my stomach, my breasts, like he was studying me, like I was sacred. I didn't feel self-conscious once. I felt powerful, worshipped. It wasn't performative. He wasn't trying to impress. He just wanted me, and he definitely made sure I knew it. It was the first time in so long that I felt like a woman again, not just a mum and just someone surviving the day. He lives in a beautiful, remote area. Afterwards, we went for a stroll, got some dinner, laughed, put the world to rights. Then we went back to his again and carried on where we left off. We both came so many times. Thinking about it all now gives me butterflies. I forgot how good it feels to just surrender and be devoured. I can't wait to see him again. Entitled parents try to steal from the supermarket. For reference, ED. Entitled dad. EM. Entitled mum. S. Their horrible son. Boss. My fantastic boss Nigel. Again. Me. So, a bit of context. This happened in December 2024 and happened at night, a couple of hours before closing, so about 8:30-9 p.m.-ish. I was doing the rounds and cleaning up under the supervision of the boss. Me. Asterisk cleaning noises asterisk boss. You're doing great. My name. Now those shelves won't stack themselves. Me. Yes, Nigel. I'll be right on it. As I'm stacking the shelves, out of the corner of my eye, I see a middle-aged man stuffing beer and other alcoholic drinks into his oversized coat. Me. Excuse me, are you going to pay for that? ED. Look, mate, in this economy, can anyone pay for this asterisk tea? I just want a few beers, lay off. Before I can respond, what I assume is his wife joins him. Her backpack is bulging with presumably stolen goods. EM. Back off, you can't prove anything. Then her son enters, pockets filled to the brim with expensive perfume and really pricey spirits. Me. Put them back or I'll have to report you, ED. Asterisk snorts. Asterisk. It's 3 against 1, kid. Meet us outside in 10, you can pocket a bit, but report us and you'll regret it. S. You can't prove anything. We've done this at every supermarket in this city and nobody can stop us. Suddenly, a dark shadow falls over the entitled family. It's Nigel. Boss. I am Nigel. And in my supermarket I don't need evidence to prosecute. Nor is my supermarket like every supermarket in this city. ED. Asterisk aggressive asterisk. Back the F asterisk, CKEK off. Nigel hates swearing. Boss. Asterisk. With the speed of a tornado, he snatches the bag off EM asterisk. I can understand taking bread if you're hungry. I've even turned a blind eye when a thief took bread and Marmite. But this is unforgivable. Asterisk. He pours out the expensive spirits and medicine EM had been taking asterisk. EM. Asterisk splutters asterisk. You assaulted me. I will call the police. Boss. If the police are called, you can bet your life it will be from my phone. Before I could react, ED took a punch at Nigel. Fortunately, Nigel wasn't made the boss of the supermarket for nothing. At the last second, Nigel dodged and ED took a tumble into the beers. Boss. 9, 10, 11. 11 bottles of various drinks you smashed. That will be £38.48. Pay. Leave the goods you stole and get out. Or the police will be notified. The family were terrified. EM. We'll pay. S. Please, stop this now. EM. You've dominated us enough. Let us leave in peace. They paid and left, tail between their legs. Boss, I'll notify the other supermarkets to look out for these villains. In the meantime, my name, put up these wanted posters of them, and I did. Then me and Nigel went to the pub. But there's no bleach. Background: several years ago I worked night shift for Big Pharma producing injectables. There's very limited people running the place at that hour. I was relatively new there and only had limited training on things I was allowed to do and things I wasn't. The buildings were designed with airflow direction and flow patterns to prevent biological contamination. Can't go the other way or it's a shutdown and a cleaning for about 3-4 hours. Nobody wants that. My compliance was being instructed to go get raw material X from an earlier room. So for me that meant doing practically a full loop of the building, exiting completely and starting over. Fine, only takes about 15 minutes. But the catch here is everything is more clean as you progress through the stages of the building going through airlocks. Going through the airlocks means spraying objects what you're bringing in with bleach, giving it 10 minutes of contact time, wiping it down, then proceeding. My malicious compliance here is when I informed manager on duty the prior airlock had no bleach. He just interrupted me and said, "Now." So I do as I'm told and hurry up, exit. Go around, wash up, change my scrubs. The works. I get the material and just as expected. I get stuck in the airlock with no bleach to wipe down a cart of raw material. What manager wasn't aware of was I wasn't trained on mixing and making bleach. Yeah, easy enough in practice. But it's still a sign-off I wasn't trained on, so I simply couldn't. I was in there a good 2 hours until the manager found me. All I could do was point at the empty bleach container on the wall as he stared through the glass. He had to leave, do a lap, make bleach himself, wait another 30 minutes or so for bleach to settle, then join me in the airlock for another 10 minutes of contact time together. In silence. TLDR stuck in airlock for nearly 3 hours, can't leave the totes unattended, and I wasn't trained yet on how to make bleach to actually do what the manager wanted me to. Won't let me work from home while I'm contagious? Bet. I am the type of person who doesn't get a lot of symptoms when sick. A scratchy throat, a runny nose, but nothing that really knocks me out of commission. However, I try to remain aware that anyone else my contagious self infects might not be so fortunate. So one morning I wake up feeling off and text my boss that I'm going to urgent care and will let him know what they say. I get strep throat a lot and had it again, so they give me antibiotics and send me on my way. Call my boss and ask him if I can work from home. 100% of my job can be done from home. No, he says, you either need to take a sick day or come in. So I tell him, okay, see you shortly. Now, my boss is the type of person who doesn't really listen. He hears what he wants to hear and most everything else goes in one ear and out the other. I pull into the parking lot, put a mask on, and head straight to his office. When I barge in, he's in the middle of a video call, so my one colleague overhears all this and has to keep from laughing. Boss says, "Oh, they gave you a clean bill of health?" I say, "Nope. Like I told you on the phone, I feel decent enough, but I'm sick and contagious." I reached into my pocket to pull out a pill bottle. Gotta be on these antibiotics for at least a day before I'm not. I even coughed a bit for dramatic effect as I stood there, breathing his air. "Oh," he says, the color beginning to drain from his face. "Well, why don't go you ahead and work from home today?" "I'll do that, boss." Funny how that's fine now that he's at risk. I'm addicted to Roblox. It's beginning to impact my daily lifestyle and I don't know what to do. I'm 20F in uni and just got a job. Should be thriving, right? Nope. I downloaded Roblox as a joke to play with my young cousin, and now I'm skipping work to be an officer in a game titled Sandhurst Military Academy. I've spent real money, like overdraft money, on sparkly fedoras and virtual outfits. My sleep schedule is wrecked. I told my uni professor I didn't answer a question because of lag. Worst part? I actually feel competitive arguing with 12-year-olds over who possesses the higher rank. I might be losing it. Send help, or Robux. Preferably both. I'm attracted to black girls in a crazy way. Hey, so I know this is a bit weird, so I am sexually attractive to black females. Whenever I see a black female, I just admire her, how beautiful her hair is, her skin, the way she talks, her personality, her tooth, the way she walks. I even get zoned out staring at their feet or thighs. It's just that everything in her is just perfect to the point that I get hypnotized and forget what I'm doing. My friends told me I'm weird because I'm white and should be loving white girls, but I just want to say that black girls are the perfect creatures I've ever seen. They're so funny, so beautiful, they're just perfect. Thank you for reading. Finally, a real MC story. I'll have to keep some details a bit vague. I work for a just-in-time company and was on work assignment in Japan. They had some strange approaches to prioritizing which safety items needed focus. They also have a very specific method and format for problem solving. This is important later. If you've ever driven in Japan, you know that some roads wouldn't pass as a cart path most anywhere else, and most have very deep gutters that will shit-mix your car right quick. My company car was a gorgeous 87 GP Vitz. I still miss it sometimes. When idling in drive, it hovered around 22-25 kph. Sorry, Americans, I don't know how many hog cocks to the melted Velveeta it is in freedom units. The speed limit on the site was 20. The speedo for the Vitz was in the center console, and the driveway through the site is quite long and narrow. I couldn't watch both easily. One day they had safety team members out in a literal speed trap. I got pulled over. Driving infractions are pretty serious, and I am gaijin, so they lost it on me. They flagged down lots of people, but only I got yelled at. I had to write a shame letter and do a problem-solving report for root cause and countermeasure. Sure. My reasoning was I couldn't watch the speedo and the narrow lanes at the same time. The idle speed is too high to maintain safe driving. Countermeasure. My beloved Vitz had a B gear, Jake brake for brake fade on mountain roads. In B, it idled at exactly 10. They loved the report. It was shared with my working group. The next time I was on site, I went directly to my car, got on the lot exit to the winding, narrow, single-lane driveway and put it in B. There was a huge line of cars behind my idling 10 kph Vitz, with the guy directly behind me losing his damned mind. It took forever to get to the gate, although no one was speeding. The next morning, my boss said there were many complaints about the white Vitz driving too slow. I said safety first, and I don't want to risk another speeding ticket at work. He said I didn't have to drive 10 kph anymore. Fucking. Nope. Every day I worked on that site, I drove exactly 10 in and exactly 10 out. I feel bad for screwing everyone else over, but if it's serious enough to give me a speeding ticket and a shame letter, then it's serious enough to be diligent about. They made an announcement that the safety Gestapo would limit safety audits to activity on site, and that the activity was a great success in slowing down unsafe drivers. I think that was a tacit approval to go back to the old way. Even then, 10 kph in, 10 kph out. It became a running joke in my group, though. I think they envied the malicious part of the compliance. They wouldn't be so strident against authority as it looks bad. I'm a petty gaijin. I don't give a shit. They would ask when I was arriving on site. I'd say I'm just pulling in. They would say, I see. We'll see you in 25 minutes. If I ever have to go back there, I will do it again. Safety first. Edit. It has been pointed out that the British and some other places apparently don't use logical or easy units of measure. That being said, in the name of inclusion, I don't know what 25 kph is in centuries of colonial theft and brutal subjugation of cultures by a severely inbred family of mega-racists per terrible meal is the Margarita song. My upstairs neighbors do all the bad things, hold parties with people screaming, why, until 3 a.m., dropping things, lit matches, onto my balcony, smoking disgusting cheap weed outside so I have to close my only window in the summer, blaring stupid music. After I complained for like the 11th time, they started pouring water on me from above when I went onto my balcony. So, one night when they were having their sad, bi-weekly, squeaky matrix grown-up time, instead of burying my head under the pillow, I decided to get creative. I queued up Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On my phone and held it to the ceiling. All activity stopped abruptly. A few minutes later, they started up again, in a tentative, herky-jerky manner. I have now become integrated, however infrequently, into their private time. I've created a playlist titled Neighbors, which includes So Much Barry White, Roberta Flack, more Marvin Gaye, a little Springsteen, and more. Have you heard the Margarita song? It's in there. I like to think I'm adding something nice to their mean, sterile little lives. Unalive 'em with kindness, maybe? OMG, unalive me softly. Gotta add that one to the playlist. Oh man. I blocked that guy I still have strong feelings for. We had an argument a few months back, and I told him when he came back that this was the last chance I would give him. Now we argued again, going in circles. Told him that I don't want this and that I end it if he keeps going. He told me to have a nice life and then blocked me everywhere. He later unblocked me. I tried calling earlier. I wish we could have solved it, but with all the disrespect and triggering behavior, if it's not coming from him, what's the use? I decided to block him after that. I'm on the fence what to do. On one hand, he is still my sweet angel that I would have loved and cherished for the rest of my life. On the other hand, he doesn't seem to care about my feelings. I don't want to go back and forth. I don't know if it was the right decision. He still has my number, so if he wanted to, he could. I signed someone up for Scientology and I don't care. Okay, so there's this guy in my theater group, let's call him Dr. Frank N. Furter. He is a real asshole. He has made fun of how much someone I know eats. They used to struggle with food, and they were talking about a scar on their hand after their surgery. We were with a group of people, he proceeds to say, they don't have scars, they are on and off with self-harming. He has told a teen in our theater group that he wants to punch him. Dr. Frank N. Furter is in his late 20s. He has sexually assaulted someone that I know. He called his cousin Tattoo sexy, and if she weren't his cousin, he would want to fuck her. So what I did was I signed him up for Scientology. Do I care? No. Is it basic? Yes. He is an asshole. His ego is so high up his ass. Lift your bum. I've trained my toddler to do exactly that for diaper change. He lifts his bum, I take care of business, he puts his bum down, and I close up shop. He's not exactly a fan of diaper changes, especially when he was in the middle of playtime, so today he decided that he just wouldn't put his bum down. I would press him down, but once I took my hands off his hips to do the flaps, his bum would go right back up again. To be fair, it wasn't exactly malicious, but it was definitely a pain in the bum.